brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire.
Eau Claire City Council is now in session. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Beaton.
Here.
Birdie.
Here.
Christopherson.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Gregor.
Here.
Klinkhammer. Klinkhammer. Lore.
Here.
Wells.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
John.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
All right, thank you, and welcome to this Monday, March 8th virtual meeting of the Eau Claire City Council. I want to extend a sincere welcome to all of you joining us remotely for this meeting. Again, for those of you that would like to listen in or address the City Council, you will need to join the meeting as an attendee on a computer, tablet, or smartphone using the WebEx direct link included on the agenda. The Eau Claire City Council conducts public hearings, listening sessions, and public discussion where residents in our community are invited and encouraged to ask questions and weigh in on the important decisions we will be making tomorrow afternoon in our legislative session or in the coming weeks or months ahead. You can also view tonight's meeting through the live event link on the meetings page of the city's website. The link will appear next to the agenda. The meetings page can be found on the home page of the city's website at eauclairewi.gov, then scroll down to public notices and meetings. Past meetings are also available for viewing at this site. If you plan to address the council this evening, I will briefly review the protocol. Once an agenda item is introduced, staff will present on that item, and following that presentation, the council may have questions to clarify an issue. We then will open the item for public input. Once the item is open for comment, please raise your hand on the WebEx screen, and I will call on you in the order in which the requests to speak are received. When it is your turn to comment, I will then unmute you and ask you to please state your name and address, and then ask you to begin sharing your comments. We welcome each of you to speak up to 5 minutes, and then I'll ask you to bring your comments to a close. I will then ask you also to lower your hand, and you will then be muted, but are welcome to stay online to listen in to the rest of the meeting, or share a comment or on any of the other agenda items, or during our public commentary period. There are times when council members will ask you a follow-up question, so please give us a moment before disconnecting. Again, if you wish to speak on an item that is not listed on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. Lastly, if you're not comfortable speaking in public, you can fill out a comment form on the city website, and those comments will be shared with council members ahead of our legislative meeting tomorrow. As always, you can email or call council members outside of this meeting, and our contact information can be found on the city website. With that introduction, we'll get on to our first item on the agenda, which is a public hearing on proposed street, utility, and sidewalk improvements on Omaha Street, Star Avenue to McDonough Street. This item was postponed from the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. Good evening, Ms. Ness.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. Omaha Street from Star Avenue to McDonough, if we go to the next slide, you can see is a proposed capital improvement project on approximately 8 blocks. It's considered a local street. Its current cross section is 34 to 36 feet face to face. The curb and gutter was constructed in the 1930s and mid 1980s. The sanitary sewer was constructed in 1920s, water system completed in 1920s and 1950s, and the storm sewer was constructed in the 1930s and the 1990s. With this project, we'd be replacing all of the utilities with the exception of a portion that was recently upgraded for stormwater piping near Spring Street. Within the project, it's identified that there are some lead service lines. To our knowledge, there are approximately 12 locations where they have been identified. It is anticipated as the construction occurs, there may be additional properties identified that have lead service lines. Our utilities will work with those property owners to look at grant funding for reimbursement of the replacement of those lead service lines. Reconstruction on Omaha Street is proposed with sidewalk repair, driveway approaches. It would include new curb and gutter, new pavement, and boulevard restoration. Currently, there's no parking restrictions on Omaha Street, and after the project, we would not propose any additional parking restrictions. This is a safer route to school identified in the Safe Routes to School plan. So the crosswalks at those locations are cross blocks as a standard related to the Safe Routes to School for those crossings. BPAC reviewed this project and recommends bicycle wayfinding signage at Star and Birch Street to direct bicyclists down Omaha Street as a neighborhood bicycle route. Moving to the next slide. You can see starting at the west end of the project, the proposed cross-section of 34 feet face-to-face is maintained up to Spring Street. And then as we travel eastward, the width increases by 2 feet to 36 feet face-to-face. If we go to the next slide, after Churchill that's the very left intersection on the top. We go back to a 34-foot cross section of the street, and we continue that as we travel to the east towards the end of the project, and we finish with a 34-foot cross section between face-to-face at Star Avenue on the next slide. Throughout the project, there are intersections that do not have cross walks or cross pedestrian ramps at the T intersections, crossing north to the cemetery parcels, and at least one of those will be included on one side or the other or both sides at those T intersections with the project improvements. The pedestrian curb ramps and the truncated domes will be constructed to meet ADA standards, and that's typical of all our capital improvement projects. Related to this project, we had many questions regarding the assessments. The city assessment policy is based on state statute and local ordinance. Some information was included in the council packet related to this. The state statutes and local ordinances maintain consistency in the application of special assessments, treating each property owner benefiting from a local project in a similar fashion. Discussion of two deferrals arose related to this project. One is the non-use of the improvement, and the second is hardship deferral. And the hardship deferral is for a homestead property. The non-use deferral is typically related to undeveloped land, and at the time of development or a utility connection, special assessments are paid. The hardship deferral is reflective of a residence. So in the case of assessments on Omaha Street to the private property, private cemetery parcels, a hardship deferral is not applicable. With that, I'm open for any questions related to Omaha Street from Star Avenue to McDonough.
Thank you, Ms. Neff. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Workman.
Thank you, Council President Weld. Thank you, Ms. Ness, for the presentation this evening. My question is related to the potential costs that you might see if we were to consider postponement of this item. You know, I don't know if that's an answer that you have on the top of your head about the percentage potentially, but just try to getting a rough estimate of what we could see if we decided to postpone for a year to consider this item.
I don't have a good answer or response for that right now. Really, it's based on the cost of materials and cost of labor for the street construction projects. Our estimate for this project this year is 1.96 million. So I would guess that just looking at inflation and cost of materials going up, we'd be over 2 million for sure next year if we were to look at the same segment.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Ness? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President Wells. Yeah, thanks for that, Ms. Ness. My question related to Councilmember Worthman's question is if we were to delay it a year, maybe that, and I guess the purpose of delaying it would be for the cemeteries, to see and to look at the policy of our assessments over the next year and to see if if council would want to bring that up to talk about the cemeteries. Because right now I believe it doesn't talk about cemeteries in our assessment policy, and they kind of have a unique situation where obviously they wouldn't qualify for the development because they would never be developed. And yet it's just a very special circumstance, I think. So if we were, would it make sense to divide the project in half and do the road construction this year leading up to this? It's almost half leading up to the cemeteries, and then the road in front of the cemeteries, delay that part for another year so we can look at our assessment policy? Or would that not be a good idea?
That would be an option moving forward. We do have Omaha Street from McDonough to the west scheduled for next year. So then potentially that would push that off, having construction on Omaha Street 3 years in a row, which we try not to impact neighborhoods too many years in a row. But it is something that is possible. Again, as the projects are delayed, the costs do go up. The assessments also go up, reflecting the costs related to the materials and the labor as well. So not that they go up substantially, but each property owner would see an increase in their assessments as well if we delay the projects.
Any other questions? Councilmember Worthman.
Ms. Ness, is it your sense that it's possible to do the project? Help clarify for me. Is it possible to do the side of the street that faces residents and to leave the side of the street that faces toward the cemetery and do that as a separate part, or are we just like then creating more problems for access for neighbors along Omaha if we were to do it that way? What is your sense on that?
I believe going in there, you'd have to be in there twice then with construction activities. And we typically, when we construct a street, we want to lay all the asphalt at the same time so we don't have joint cold joints, which can create an issue in the future with cracking and the surface of the asphalt roadway. So we'd have issues with that potentially if we were to cut the street at the center line and do the south half versus the north half instead of the 3 easternmost or westernmost blocks and delay the 5 easternmost blocks. So I would not recommend splitting the project at the center line.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gregory.
Thank you, President Well, and thank you, Ms. Ness. I appreciate the attention to the cemetery concerns. I guess what I would be interested in before tomorrow, I guess, Ms. Ness, would it be possible for you to send any of the written concerns that we've received from those entities? Because I don't believe I have any emails related to that issue, and I don't believe we had any public testimony either with regard to those concerns. So I just wanted to make sure I had as much information as possible for tomorrow. Would that be something you could do, please?
Yes, I can look into it. Most of my conversations have been over the telephone, so I don't have very many written comments down, but I can provide information that we have provided to the cemeteries and summarize some of the conversations that we have had.
Okay, that would be tremendous. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Ness from council? Again, any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. We will open this item up for public discussion. And if anyone wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on the WebEx icon. Again, anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on WebEx. Going through all the names, and I do not see any. We will close that item and go on to agenda item number 2, which is a public hearing on proposed street, utility, and sidewalk improvements on Wildwood Court, Woodward Drive to the north end. This item was also postponed from the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. And again, good evening, Ms. Ness.
Thank you. If we move to the next slide, it shows the location of Wildwood Court from Woodridge Drive to the north end, which was originally brought forward to council on February 22nd as a total reconstruction to extend stormwater to the northern end of the cul-de-sac to address some drainage issues that were occurring at that location. The project was postponed and staff was asked to revisit the design to see if there was a different approach that could repair the water issue within the cul-de-sac and see what we could come up with. Moving forward, if you go a slide forward, staff did go out and do some observations at the cul-de-sac location to look at snow melt and drainage that is occurring out there. This is the project that was brought forward to you at your last meeting. At that meeting, we heard from 4 property owners that were against the project and 1 property owner that was for the project. 2 properties along the street did not comment, and they had a $0 assessment related to the project because their access is off of Woodridge Drive. If we move to the next slide, the alternative reconstruction project that we looked at would just be raising the cul-de-sac almost 2 feet at some locations to promote the drainage to go downhill to the southwest. And that would impact 3 property owners. We revised assessments based on the project, and I reached out to each of the property owners to ask what they're, if they would be in favor of the project moving forward or not with the change, only impacting 3 properties versus the 5. And 2 of the 3 indicated that they would move forward if everyone within the cul-de-sac was in favor of the project, and there was 1 property owner that is just not in favor of the project at all. So I guess with the new assessments, we looked at assessing for curb and gutter, driveway approaches, and boulevard restoration if needed. And in some locations, there is no boulevard, it's landscape rock. So we would look at trying to save that rock and replace that rock in those locations. With that, I would be open for any questions on Wildwood Court.
Any questions from council? Ms. Smith? Councilmember Lohr? Councilmember Lohr? Councilmember Lohr, I don't know if you've unmuted. I can.
Oh, Mrs. Ness, sorry, I don't know what happened to my speaker, but you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wonder, do you have any idea how much the assessment cost for the revised cul-de-sac for the 3 family in there? Do you have any idea?
Yes, the original assessments to the property owners were right around $6,000 to $7,000, and the revised cost estimates or assessments for the property owners were all within $500 of each other and all right around that $3,000 mark.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council for Ms. Smith? Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you, Ms. Neff, and thank you for your work on this this past week. We spoke a little bit on the phone, and we talked a little bit about it. I wonder if you could just go over it again with me. Whether if we don't do this project, what would be the longer term impact of not doing the project in terms of to the street or to the properties, or considering the water accumulation?
That's a great question, and that was a question of one of the residents within the cul-de-sac as well, just related to street maintenance and if the project were not to be done, when would the street potentially be done? So this street is approximately 40 years old, so 40 to 50 years is a typical lifespan of a street. Wildwood Court has very low traffic volumes, being a cul-de-sac, so it does not have a lot of heavy equipment or a lot of through traffic traveling on it, high traffic volumes. So I would expect that a cul-de-sac could have a longer life expectancy than our typical 40 to 50 years, but we would not revisit this project until the pavement ratings or utilities show that an improvement needs to be done for the entire street. And at that time, we again would look at curb and gutter replacement with a total surface replacement. The surface on the street is only 2 inches of asphalt, so it wouldn't allow for us to mill and do an overlay on the street. So at that time, probably 10 plus years out in the future, we would look at doing reconstruction when the pavement or utilities warrant addressing. And then related to maintenance, I talked with our street maintenance group regarding the cul-de-sac, and this cul-de-sac is Similar to many other locations within the city for snow removal, we talked about snow removal within the cul-de-sac with the property owners. I did similar to having snow removed around fire hydrants for fire access for safety services. We also can promote cleaning of the inlets on streets and to maintain an inlet to maintain water flow in the street. Same thing with snow removal. If you need flow of the water to go, they can address some of the snow removal along the curb and gutter as well to help that water flow out and down the hill of Wildwood Court. But the maintenance would remain the same at this location as it is throughout the city. There would not be additional maintenance because the project was not completed.
Thank you. And may I have a follow-up?
Certainly.
Thanks for that kind of overall context. And in terms of, you know, if there is a drainage challenge and water is kind of getting built up and is freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing, does that present additional risk to just the street deterioration and things like that?
It could potentially as it gets deeper, if it gets underneath the sidewalk, underneath the pavement, under the curb and gutter, it could cause cracking. It could cause sinking, lowering of the street. So then it would increase the puddling as well.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from council in regards to agenda item number 2? And I'll ask if there's any other questions from council. And I'm not seeing any. And we'll open this up for public input. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item? If so, please click on the raise your hand icon on the WebEx. Again, is there anyone that wishes to speak to this item? I'm not seeing anyone. We will close that item and move on to agenda item number 3, which is a public hearing on proposed street utility and sidewalk improvements on the following streets: Riverview Drive from the North Boat Launch to 2,700 feet west of Airport Road, and Key Street from Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue. Ms. Ness.
Thank you. I'll go over Riverview Drive first, if we move to the next slide. Riverview Drive is considered a collector street. The project that is before you this evening is to the north of a project which was completed last year. It starts at approximately the North Boat Launch and it goes north and turns east on Riverview Drive to approximately 2,700 feet west of Airport Road. That is the end of where we did a milling project a couple years ago. As mentioned, the street is classified as a collector street. It has no curb and gutter at this time. It's a rural cross section and ranges from 26 to 30 feet in width. It was seal coated last in 1999 and was an oiled pavement surface in 1978. So pretty, it's an older surface, and the consensus from our public involvement was that the surface definitely needed improvement. Looking at the project, the existing water main was installed in the 1960s and will be replaced with new ductile iron pipe. The existing sanitary sewer was installed in the 60s and is concrete pipe. The sanitary sewer is proposed to be replaced with PVC. main, and the existing sanitary force main is also going to be replaced with ductile iron force main. The sanitary lift station that's located just south of Hickory Lane is proposed to be replaced with this project. If you look at the estimated cost of the project, it's $3.5 million. The lift station was not included in that. That's a separate bid item or project price, which we estimate to be approximately $125,000 for the lift station. There's some minor storm sewer facilities along Riverview Drive, most of them at the cross streets leading to the river. And the construction project will address drainage issues and provide additional storm sewer inlets to adequately collect water from the street. Riverview Drive is identified as a safe route in the Safe Routes to School plan for the Eau Claire School District. It's also identified in the Safe Routes to Parks plan as needing connectivity to the Riverview Park. The project overall will include utility replacements, curb and gutter, sidewalk, driveway approaches, new asphalt, boulevard restoration, pavement marking, and the lift station, as I had mentioned previously. The existing right-of-way is 60 feet. The abutting properties along the project, there are 88 properties. And I guess moving forward, I'll kind of get into our public information meetings. If we go to the next slide, in January and February, we held public information meetings for the neighborhood. The first meeting in January was really a meeting that we held to get information from the neighborhood. What were they looking for in the design? Did they like the design that was completed to the south? Would they want those features continued to the north? What's important to them? Was parking important to them? Was drainage important to them? Saving the trees, minimizing the impact to the yards, and so forth. So the responses from those surveys, we found the highest response question was that the majority of the respondents agreed that a new surface for the street was needed. Overall, we had about 77 respondents to the survey. Drainage was a concern for most of the respondents. Looking at the bicycle and pedestrian accommodations, the feedback was that the majority, I think it was over 60%, preferred sidewalk connectivity on at least one side of the street. And in the overall concerns for the project, there was a high mention of safety for pedestrians and bicyclists within the project. Another note that we heard frequently was a parking concern near Riverview Park and the park users and overflow parking on Riverview Drive. So using that information, we prepared a preliminary design to bring back to the neighborhood in February and present to them at a public information meeting. And that's what we'll be showing tonight moving forward. So if we go to the next slide, we have our fill drawing of the project starting at the north boat launch. There's sidewalk that would be connecting into the parking lot to the park, and black crosswalks are throughout the project on Riverview Drive because there are no stop signs in this section of the project. So when we don't have a controlled stop, we typically use the black crosswalks because they have higher visibility. On the east side, looking at the screen, the right-hand side is to the north. So on the east side of Riverview Drive, we're proposing a 10-foot multi-use path. There is a 7-foot boulevard bike lanes that connect into the southern portion of the project, which was completed last year, and then 2 11.5-foot lanes, one in each direction. As we move to the north on the next slide, we continue the same cross section with the 11.5-foot lane in each direction with a bike lane on street. There's curb and gutter on each side with a 6-inch curb head, so typical of what you would see in the downtown area or anywhere else within the city on a local street. We move to the next slide. We approach just south of Hickory Lane, and that is where our city property ends, and we are no longer able to maintain the multi-use path on the city property. So we narrow it down and have a bike ramp to enter into the bike lane, and we go to a 5-foot sidewalk cross section on the east side of Riverview Drive. So we keep that the pedestrian bike facility on the east side on Riverview Drive. The sidewalk is a 5-foot sidewalk, and we did narrow the boulevard a little as well, so it's 6.5-foot boulevard there. If we move to the next slide, our right-of-way is at 60 feet here, and we approach the Hickory Lane intersection, and there our right-of-way narrows, or we are trying to maintain that sidewalk within the right-of-way. So we actually shift our roadway 2 feet to the west, and we narrow the cross-section of the street. South of Hickory Lane, the face-to-face width is 34 feet. And as we go north of Hickory Lane, the face-to-face is 30 feet. We are able to maintain the sidewalk on the east side, and it's the 5 feet. And we have a boulevard and then 2 13.5-foot lanes, which are shared with bicyclists. So we would have sharrows in those locations, or in those lanes. If we move to the next slide, you can see we continue to have a crossing at each of the side streets with cross blocks. We have pedestrian curb ramps and truncated domes at those locations. On the west side of Riverview Drive, we do provide a sidewalk to connect back to the street. ADA standards require us to have a surface that is flat as it approaches the intersection with the truncated dome, and having that connection back to the street helps us maintain that surface for pedestrian or bicycle users or users of the system. We continue to the next slide. We maintain this cross section as we continue to go to the north, and then we turn the curve and we're starting to go east. If we go to the next slide, we are approaching the end of the project, and that maintains the same cross section from Hickory Lane to the north. BPAC did review this project, and they support the added sidewalk connectivity. It is identified as a regional bicycle route within the city's bicycle and pedestrian plan. Riverview Drive is not currently serviced by the transit system. What else do I have? Riverview Drive will be closed during construction, so we will have detours related to the project. It's anticipated that the detour will use Marquette Street, Star Avenue, North Lane, and Airport Road. It will need to be coordinated with our Eddy Lane project. And then impacts to Riverview Park, there will be a short time frame when there will not be access to that north boat launch parking area, and we will not be able to have parking or access to that location. So we anticipate 2 to 3 weeks or 2 to 4 weeks with the utility connections in that area, but then we should be able to maintain access to the park for the remainder of the project. And I wanted to provide just a summary of feedback that we have received as of about 4 o'clock this afternoon from emails from individuals either calling or emailing staff or having an online comment to all of the council members. So a summary of the information that we have received to date related to the Riverview Drive project. Related to sidewalks, we had 12 emails for sidewalks for the entire project. 7 emails and 5 were from the petition that was submitted to the city. From the petition, we had 65 against sidewalk and 6 emails against sidewalk for a total of 71 property owners against sidewalk through the neighborhood. A trail, we had two people for trails in correspondence, no one against trails. Parking, we had 3 against no parking in written and email forms. And then green space and yard space, keep as is. People specifically mentioned in emails that they were against the sidewalk due to it impacting their yard space or trees. Another item that I wanted to just address was the design that's being presented tonight is really a balance of what we thought we heard from the neighborhood, trying to maintain connectivity to the park and through the neighborhood with a sidewalk, meeting the goals of having that connectivity throughout the city, but minimizing the amount of street within the neighborhood, getting into the yards by adding additional parking areas. I guess with this, I did not mention it specifically, with the curb and gutter cross section through here, there would be no parking on Riverview Drive for the length of the project. It is possible that parking could be added on one side if we shifted the center line and reduced the lane widths. And there is also the alternative to widen the street north of Hickory Lane to add additional parking along the project as well. That was probably the major feedback that we've heard from individuals since we sent out assessments and had our last public meeting, was the understanding that once we put the curb and gutter in, there would not be any parking. And originally with our survey, we understood that parking was not of great concern, but I don't think it was understood that with the curb and gutter, the parking would be removed from on street throughout the project. So there are a couple different alternatives that we can look at moving forward, but looking at a balance of impact to the right-of-way and the use of the right-of-way and the yards and maintaining trees and green space within the properties was some of the considerations that we took when putting this design together. With that, I am open for any questions regarding Riverview Drive.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Ness, I wanted to ask, I have 2 questions. One is, when people were taking the survey, regarding sidewalks, was their understanding that there would be sidewalks on both sides or one side? Because I know our city policy is to put sidewalks on both sides of a street.
That is correct. We had the question worded. I don't have it right in front of me, but we asked the importance of sidewalk or multi-use trail, and we asked, would the preference be on one side or both sides? So I can get you the exact wording on how that question was worded within the survey.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had, I noticed when I went up and visited this street yesterday, I noticed that on the part of the project that was already completed toward the south, that the amount of trees that got taken down was well beyond I think what I had imagined was going to happen. A lot of trees were cut down, and I wanted to get your sense: is that going to be the same approach taken on the project being looked at tonight? Because that might be the reason why people are so concerned, is just how many trees were cut down in the first part of the project.
Yes. So with the first part of the project, the design with the trail really impacted the overhead utilities. And to relocate those utilities, there were many trees that were needed to be taken down. With the design of the northern portion of this project, the utilities are actually on the western side of Riverview Drive. And so that was one reason we maintained the sidewalk and multi-use path on the eastern side, was to not have to impact those utilities or have those move and potential have impacts to the trees as we did with the southern portion of the project.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President Weld, and thanks again, Ms. Ness. Just a question, and I know the answer, but just to clarify the red lines, and I know I should know this, but the red lines on the map, that's the right of way, and so the people's property goes up until the red line, and then it's the city. The right of way is basically city owned for the road and sidewalk, correct?
Yes, so the property lines are the red lines shown on the fill drawings that are on the screen right now. They're red dashed. And then the right of way is in between the red dashed lines, and that's used for utilities, for roadway, for sidewalk, and providing the services to the property owners.
Okay, thanks. And can I have a follow-up, please?
Certainly.
And then with, so I've got a mixture of feedback as well about a mixture about sidewalks and strong feelings all around. And then, but however, a pretty definite, most people are on the same page with wanting parking since the plans had come out. I agree. I think there was some misunderstanding or, and I remember you saying there's going to be no parking in the second meeting. And I was actually kind of surprised by that too. I'm like, oh, so I'm not surprised. Yeah, other people were surprised. But I'm wondering to go over quickly the different options. If we were to put parking on Riverview, it sounds like the kind of two different options you mentioned tonight is if we shift the street, and then that would be parking on one side, and that would keep the road the same width, so not to take any more green space. Or we could widen the street, and that would still only leave parking on one side, but obviously that would go further into the right of way, not necessarily outside of the right of ways, not inside the property lines, but still take away that green space. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. That's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Drager.
Thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Ms. Ness. Um, you know, obviously I sent you quite a few questions yesterday, so I appreciate all the responses today. I do have a couple additional questions. Obviously a concern of the neighborhood is, the keeping the character of a lot of tree cover and front yard trees, and it sounds like some would have to be removed, particularly on the north-south section for the sidewalk. But I was wondering what the plan is for the city planting trees on the boulevard or on the city right-of-way on the west side of the street. Do you think you could give me a sense of what the tree planting strategy would be for the city on this whole corridor?
I can get further details on that. I would assume that it is typical to our other capital improvement projects with the boulevard tree program that we have. And I believe that's 2 trees per property, which would go in if the homeowner wanted them. So I can confirm that and get that information for you, though.
Great, thank you. May I have a follow-up, President Weld?
Yes.
Thank you. Another one of the concerns that Councilmember Berge mentioned was the parking, and I know we've gotten emails about some folks saying that they don't see that many pedestrians and maybe don't see a need for a sidewalk, but I guess I was wondering if there had been any sort of data collected on traffic counts for people walking and biking, and then also use of the street for parking.
No, we have no data for bicyclists that I'm aware of or pedestrians in the area. The park may have some information through their program for park users, and I can look into the average traffic counts for Riverview Drive to get that information for you. But no, I don't have anything specific that the city did for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, President Weld. One more thing that Ms. Ness, you and I talked about earlier, I know it come up in the meetings as well, is the, oh my gosh, is it rollover curb? Is that what it's called? I just left my brain. And we talked about that might be an option, but then you mentioned in the email that probably wouldn't work. Could you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, we had discussed rollover curb as an option to maintain parking at one of the Riverview Drive public information meetings. As we started discussing that a little further, obviously the safety isn't there that a 6-inch curb has to provide a barrier of a motor vehicle leaving the roadway, but it also goes against our ordinance of parking on an impervious surface and promoting or allowing parking on a grassy area. So that was one of the reasons that I wasn't looking, or our department wasn't really looking at the rollover curb at this time. But it is a possibility.
Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Just had one other question, Ms. Ness, about the project that was done a couple years ago up to Airport Road on the kind of the eastern end of where this project ends. I think you referred to it as like a milling project. Obviously, there was no curb and gutter or sidewalks put in, although there are some Shero markings. Could you maybe describe that project a little bit in context with how it's different and why different decisions were made at that time for that project versus this section of the road?
If I recall correctly, that portion of the roadway, the utilities were newer, so we did not have to do a reconstruction to replace utilities. We were able to get by with just a surface treatment to extend the life of existing surface until we meet the utility need for replacement.
Thank you.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Ness, in terms of the current parking, you know, that road doesn't seem all that wide. And I'm just wondering about right now, is it your sense that if people are parking, they're parking partially into the impervious surface as is? Or are they parking fully on the road because there's not a lot of space there currently?
Yes, my understanding is that when people are parking on street, they are pulling into the grass area of the boulevard or within the property's yard right-of-way portion of the road.
Councilmember Berge.
Thanks, Council President. Well, just to go back to the rollover curb, you said it was a possibility. And if it were a possibility, how would we keep the street the same distance then? And then rollover curb, I'm guessing just on one side closest to the river, and then because if the sidewalk probably isn't as safe to have a rollover curb next to the sidewalk. And then would the road stay the same distance with the rollover curb?
That would be one option to look at. Again, that would allow people to be parking on the grass where we would still want to have them parking on an improved surface. So it might be an option where we would widen the street, or maybe we would do something similar to what was done on the southern portion of the project, where there were parking parking areas out from the street within the right of way. That's something that could be looked out at as well. But with the rollover curb, I would think that providing the additional 4 feet would maintain the parking on the street, and then we wouldn't have to worry about people parking in the yards. But it would be impacting their green space.
Okay. Can I have a quick clarifying follow-up?
Yes.
So a rollover curb, and then it would add 4 feet. So people to allow parking is what you, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Ness? Okay, I'll ask if there's any other questions from council. And seeing none, we will open this item up for public discussion. If anyone wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on WebEx. Mr. Schaefer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. So there's no possible way to get rid of the sidewalk and just widen the road with curb and gutter, because that would do the trick.
Mr. Schaefer, could I just have you give us your name and your address, please?
My name is William Schaefer, 3816 Riverview Drive.
Thank you. So go ahead, I'm sorry, with your question.
Oh, okay. So what is the possibility of just getting rid of the sidewalk, because none of us want it anyways, for one, and widening the road both sides, putting curb and gutter, and call it a day?
Yeah, that, I guess that is an option that you can bring up. That's something that council.
Well, I'm bringing it up now. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, nobody wants sidewalks in the first place. I mean, a handful. And if you just widen the road a little bit on each side, that makes room for some parking.
Yeah,
We got to have parking.
Yeah, what we hope to accomplish when we have our public discussions or public hearing is, an opportunity for you to offer any inputs or ideas or questions, and then either council or staff can follow up with you tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're voting on it tomorrow.
Yes.
That would be fine.
Okay, did you have anything else?
I think that's it for this second. I might chime in again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? If so, please raise your hand on WebEx. Ms. Nation?
Yes, Charlotte, this is. Yes.
Good evening. If you could give us your name and your address.
Charlotte Nesses. The address is 3705 Riverview Drive.
Okay, and your comments?
My concern here is for the sidewalk. I don't think we will be needing it because up more to the airport, nobody really work around that area. It's more busy by the lake. The sidewalk will make more sense if we keep it by the lake. But when you're coming towards the airport, the road is small. I don't think it would be good to have a sidewalk.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks for calling. Mr. Manning.
Go ahead. Yes. This is Dan Schulner and Craig Menning. We're both we're neighbors, and we're viewing this together.
Can I get your address? One of your addresses, please.
Yes, mine is 3120 Riverview Drive. Craig?
3108.
Thank you.
And we're about a half a mile up from Riverview Park. And we consistently see people all summer long filling up the street, wearing swimming suits, flip-flops, walking right down to Riverview Park. And it's kind of a hit or miss. Oh, here comes a car, and then everybody scrambles to the sides to let the car go through. And safety for pedestrians is a big concern. I have grandchildren that love to go down to that park, and believe me, I won't let them walk down there. So the concern about parking, what about the pedestrian? What about the bicyclist?
This is Craig. I think that the safety issue is important to me too. I do see a lot of people walking by on the street or riding bikes, and
they're coming from the north.
Yeah, and also when students in the cross country for the high schools are running out practicing, they're on the road too, in large groups. So the bottom line, I would say, is that safety is the issue for us.
We don't want the sidewalk in front of us. We want people safe in front of our house.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Chen. Mr. Cheney? Mr. Cheney?
Yes, could you go back one slide or two?
Go back a slide or two?
Yes, please. Up at the beginning of the subdivision. Back. Whoa, one ahead. Ahead now. Whoa, back one. I don't understand why right at this position right here, you don't take this sidewalk and go around. I'm at 3146 Riverview.
Thank you.
I don't understand why you don't take this 10-foot sidewalk, make it go around on the outside of the subdivision and exit at Lawrence, where you already own property all the way. And eliminate the sidewalk. I know this has been rejected. I'm just saying, why not?
I can respond to that. I appreciate, we did hear that information and request at the public information meeting, and I have reached out to our Parks Department and our Utility Department and provided that information and request to them. It's something that we cannot complete with our street project because it's not within the right-of-way, but it is something that we could potentially look at through our parks plan and our citywide trail reconstruction or construction projects at a future date. But it's something that would need to be done through our budgeting process and through our planning process with our parks plans and our trail system, addressing our trail system plans.
Do you have a picture of the subdivision at a bigger scope so I can show you what I'm talking about?
I do not have it in this slide deck. I apologize, no.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Lauterbach. Mr. Lauterbach? James Lauterbach? Mr. Lauterbach, are you there? If you are, we need to unmute your computer. We cannot hear you. We'll move on. Jason Deacon?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Hi, thank you. Jason Decken. I'm a property owner at 326 East Riverview. I have a question on the presentation. In the beginning of it talked about 60% of the surveyed, I thought it was neighborhood people down there. Maybe it was a wider population than that, wanted some sidewalk. But then later in the presentation, it said over 70% of the property owners rejected the sidewalk. That's unless I'm missing something, that's quite contradictory. Also, the first two meetings that were had in discussion of this project, I was never made, excuse me, I was never made aware of those. The first notice I got of this project, I got in the mail this morning because it was sent out on the 26th. That's what my envelope is dated. Happened to be I left for vacation on the 27th. Got to open it this morning. And then to have a public comment meeting tonight with the board voting on it tomorrow seems like short notice on all of this stuff. I think there's going to be a lot of houses there. The parking's going to be an issue when the sidewalk goes through their driveways. It's not an issue for me, but if they can't park on the street, and now some of them are going to barely be able to park one vehicle in their driveway, much less a second or third one. So I think that needs to be considered heavily. One other question I had is, if the sidewalk isn't wanted by the property owners to serve right along the road, but the multi-use trail is desired to be connected all the way up to Airport Road, has there been any thought or consideration to running a trail through the Wells property? That's used quite a bit by the cross-country teams already. That would take the trail and bypass all of the narrow part of the road, I think. I guess that's all I have to say is, did I misunderstand something on the amount of people that were for or against the sidewalk?
I can respond to that. Our original survey that we had sent out, which I can get specific wording, I don't have it in front of me, asked about pedestrian connectivity and sidewalk preference of having a multi-use path or sidewalk on both sides of the street, on one side of the street, not at all. And the majority of the respondents, we had about 77 respondents for that survey, and we had about a 60% amount of respondents indicate that sidewalk was preferred on at least one side of the street. We then received a petition back from the neighborhood that had a number of individuals against sidewalk, 71 individuals against sidewalk, 65 were indicated from the petition, and 6 from emails. So that's where those figures are coming from. And then to address your second question with the Wells property and the trail going around the outside, that's similar to what the gentleman before you had asked about. That was brought up at one of the public information meetings, and it's something that can be looked at in the future, potentially working with the City Wells property and the citywide trail program, but it is not something that can be completed under the citywide streets program because it's not within the right of way, it's on private property. So that's something that would have to be taken through some budgeting processes and some long-term planning with the Parks Department and trail system to get that into the budget and looked at to see if that's something that would meet the needs of the neighborhood and the desires of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Decken.
Thank
Ms. Avens, Kathy Avens? Ms. Avens, are you there? Ms. Avens, if you wish to share a comment, please unmute your computer. All right. Mr. Erickson, Kyle Erickson?
Hello, Kyle Erickson, 245 East Riverview Drive. I guess I want to start off saying that sounds like there was a lot of confusion on the survey on what it was asking and what it was ultimately determining for myself and a lot of neighbors. I don't think many of us realized that our choices on that were going to be the sole determining factor on what was designed here. I'm I think I marked in favor of sidewalks on one side, indicating that I was in favor of exploring the option of adding, potentially connecting the neighborhood through the city land, extending that bike path down. I do not feel sidewalks are needed in the rest of the project. With that, if that bike path as drawn is in there, that would connect the majority of the neighborhood homes to the park, and address the earlier gentleman's concerns. You wouldn't be able to walk down Riverview, but using the neighborhood access roads, you could easily reach that path. At the beginning of this section, Leah mentioned that it is a safe route to school. That is just a safe route for North High School, but the majority of the homes, I believe everything north of Hickory, which is the main development, that all falls outside of the walk zone for North High, and it is not in the safe route to school walk zone for any school. As it was discussed earlier, it was said that there was roughly 60% on that original survey voted for for sidewalks. It was 53%, but that was 5 people difference between no sidewalks and sidewalks of some kind. So very small margin versus the other survey that was collected using these same questions, going door to door by one of the residents in the neighborhood who was just trying to get a more accurate representation, and that one had was a very different margin. I guess I would be interested to see if there's any options with this plan to hold off on sidewalks, and then explore different options at a later date for connecting the bike path of the park through the Wells area. If it sounds like, based on some of the earlier statements, there's nothing in discussion right now, which means this sidewalk, once it does get to the north side, or the far northeast side, off East Riverview Drive, it dumps everybody right back into the street. So if there was a path that connected through, it would get people point A to point B, or give a little bit more reason going through the neighborhood. As Jason also mentioned, parking is a concern. A lot of people use parking for guests and others on the street, but adding the sidewalks in, the people on the south and east sides of this project will be losing 10 feet of driveway space. So as he had mentioned, many people with shorter driveways it's going to be a significant impact for them. Others, like myself, I will lose 2 parking spaces, which under normal daily conditions is not a big deal. If I have guests over, that's going to force me to start putting vehicles on the street right away instead of being able to keep them in my driveway space that I currently have. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn, John Dunn?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you, council members. My name is John Dunn. I live at 3130 Riverview Drive. Basically, I'm the 7th house north of the park. You've actually already heard from neighbors on both sides of me, but I would like to repeat some of the things that I think is important. Hopefully you all received an email from me last week concerning my thoughts about this. I agree with my neighbors that safety is a huge factor for bikers and walkers.
It's not uncommon to have people going by our house, as already been spoken, whole families, strollers, children walking, dogs on a leash, all heading south down towards the park. We're on a bit of a curve here, and there is a blind spot. I run on Riverview Drive quite regularly, and as I'm going south towards the park, there's a curve there where I cannot see cars coming and they cannot see me. We've had mailboxes run over. We've had trees run into from people going off the road. The speed limit is 35, but there's a lot of people that don't listen to that. They're going by much faster. If a car went off a road and hit a tree and there were a family walking nearby, I hate to think of what the results of that would be. I don't feel it's appropriate that I comment on anything north of Hickory Lane, but as far as south of Hickory Lane, where the multi-use trail be in that 10-foot wide designation, I think it's extremely important that that be considered part of the project, regardless of what happens to the north of that. Having the bike lanes on the road are fine. The bike lanes are fine, but the bike lanes will not protect somebody on a bike or somebody walking if they're out in the road. I just watched a young couple walk by yesterday. It was a husband and wife and a baby in a front pack. And right now, because of the warm weather and some of the water on the road, they were having to walk not on the edge of the road, but they were out in the middle of the lane to basically get down towards the park without walking through water. Hate to think of what would happen if a car came around that corner when they were out there. So in any case, again, regardless of what happens to the north, I think it's very important from a safety standpoint that we do include that 10-foot wide multi-use trail, at least in the southern portion of the project. Certainly, there would be some potential to the north of us of having that trail go inland into the City Wells area, but across from us, we actually have the old dike, and it's just north of us where the dike actually ends. So I don't see any other place but along the edge of the road for the multi-purpose trail until it gets to the north of us, towards Hickory Lane, where then the old dike ends, and there'd be a flat surface heading into the City Wells area. I guess that's really all the comments that I have. Appreciate the opportunity to provide our input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. If I could, for those individuals that have spoken already to this agenda item, if you could please lower your hands, I would greatly appreciate it. Again, if you've already spoken to this agenda item, if you could lower your hands, thank you. Ms. McManus, Mary McManus.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm at 3905 Riverview Drive, and I was a little reluctant to speak this evening because I think you've all heard from me quite a bit in the last few weeks. I have just a few questions, if I might. Who would be the most appropriate person to initiate the contact with Parks and Rec to pursue or accelerate a plan to put a trail from the Hickory Lane area back through the wells? It seems like that's been a dominant theme since the first meeting we held online with engineering, and it may provide some resolution. I understand budget cycles and know that this probably would not be something done overnight, but with the number of people expressing this concern, it seems that would maybe accelerate. So that would be one question. I don't know if Ms. Ness, if you can respond to that, or if anyone in council can respond to that.
Yes, I've talked to Steve Plaza, our Parks and Rec director, and he's aware of the request. He has the information from the public information meetings that were held with the neighborhood as well. So he's aware of the issue and the request, and we talked about it during our budgeting, which is occurring right now for capital improvement projects.
So is there a champion for that effort in the process? I mean, how do citizens become involved in and not nag, but pursue the opportunity?
I would recommend with your Parks and Rec plans, as those get revised, provide input to them. You can reach out to Steve Plaza, our Parks and Rec director as well, and public participation, just as you are doing tonight.
Great, thank you. Mr. President, may I ask another question?
Yeah, I guess as long as it pertains to the item that we're discussing.
Yes, it does. It does. Given the feedback you've heard this evening and received through the week, is it possible to delay the decision on this particular project and encourage the engineering department to redraw the plans to ensure there is adequate parking available throughout the length of the project?
And that is something the council will weigh in on and discuss and decide at tomorrow's meeting. And certainly the reason for this opportunity is to hear those ideas and suggestions, along with, the other input that we've gathered either with emails or with those weighing in tonight. And that'll be a decision that we would make tomorrow.
And will the neighborhood then be informed of those changes if the changes are made?
Well, I'm guessing there would be some sort of a notice that would be sent out if in regards to an assessment, if a change was made, or the postponement of an assessment. Otherwise, other than some sort of news release, that would be your notification.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexander Robinson.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, I'm Alexander Robinson. I live at 3443 Riverview Drive, and I would like to advocate for the sidewalks because, as other people have mentioned, this is a really, really popular neighborhood for runners, like walkers, cyclists riding their bikes. I've noticed quite a few people, especially as the weather gets better, having to, as somebody mentioned earlier, like dodge puddles. So they're walking down the middle of the road right now. And something else I wanted to point out that hasn't come up yet is that this is also not only on the high school cross country, and it seems like distance running path that takes them all the way up Airport Road, but we are also along the Eau Claire Marathon route. So as spring comes, we have a lot more runners coming through. And I personally think that this would really create a safer environment for not only people in the neighborhood who are out walking with their families or just biking through, or the runners coming through. I also think that it would also create a loop to the wells, which are really popular in the area. I notice a lot of people that I'll see walking in the wells with me who end up on the road later. And it would create an environment where more people could come do that and feel safer, because I don't know that we're as popular as we could be for how beautiful the neighborhood is if we don't have a safe environment for people to enjoy it. So that's my piece.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. James Lauterbach, we'll try again. Are you there? James? Mr. Lauterbach? Mr. Woodford? Jim Woodford.
Hi, this is Jim Woodford. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just a little closer to your microphone would be great.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you want to give us your name and address. Thank you.
Right. Jim Woodford, 302 East Riverview Drive, Eau Claire. And I'd just like to say I'm opposed to a sidewalk. I think widening the road, maybe putting a bike lane on each side, similar to Airport Road, would be much more appropriate. Obviously, 71 out of 88 property owners are against a sidewalk. So I think that needs to be listened to. And I think it would be just as safe having a bike lane, and as far as redoing the road and having the drainage, you wouldn't have the puddles that people are talking about walking around and being dangerous. Obviously, the drainage would be taken care of. And I think this area is more of a rural feel. I don't think people want it to look like downtown Eau Claire. That's why we're out here. And there's a lot of property owners on Riverview Drive who are really gonna have a problem parking with a lack of space. It's gonna ruin their neighborhood as far as that sidewalk going through. And I think that needs to be considered before this project goes through. Because obviously the 60% thing was very few people responded to it. And right now we're at what, 80% are opposed to it? So I think we need to come up with some kind of a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodford. Ms. Olson, Nan Olson?
That's me. I'm here. Nan Olson, 3514 Riverview. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep, go right ahead.
Okay. I am concerned about trees. I have 4 really large 100-year-old white pine trees in my yard, and they're just right. We're not supposed to have a sidewalk I'm on the west side, but I am concerned that I appear to be the only person on the west side who's going to have a sidewalk across my across my corner of my lot. I'm concerned about my trees there. And my second concern is that from Hickory on up to East Riverview, it's very narrow. And even if you widen the road, you're going to have lots of people on that section that are going to be really short of a driveway. Even if you don't put a sidewalk there, and I really don't agree that we need sidewalks. I know we need storm sewer help, and definitely the road needs to be resurfaced. Curb and gutter would probably help drainage too, but I really don't feel that sidewalks are necessary. And what was the thing about on my corner lot on 3514? There was a little sidewalk that went kind of a little half moon sidewalk across the corner on Joan and Riverview. That's the first I've heard about one being on my side.
I believe that was just to provide
If you would look to the middle set of slides, there was a discussion by Ms. Ness about something about that it's required to have that there. It's a crosswalk.
I can answer that. For ADA requirements, we're required to have 6 feet of a flat landing for people to be able to stop prior to crossing. So having that connection back to the street is a way to provide that connectivity in the future potential if there is sidewalk there, but it also has a route back to a paved surface as well.
Okay, so it's an intersection, and my side doesn't have a sidewalk. The sidewalk goes across on the other side, so I have to have a sidewalk on my side too, so that people can walk across on my side of the intersection, not the other side of the intersection. Does that make sense, what I said?
If you want to give me a call tomorrow, Nan, Ms.
Okay.
Olson, I can definitely follow up with you individually.
Right, and I will talk to you about trees too.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Again, I'm going to ask those that are already speaking if you could lower your hands. And then again, if you could, if there are direct questions that may be easier for you to reach out to staff or council members. Otherwise, your comments are welcome. Ms. Yost, Nancy Yost.
Yes, this is Nancy Yost at 212 East Riverview Drive. And it seems to me that there's clearly a difference between North Riverview Drive onto East Riverview Drive and from Hickory to the north and to the south. I'm wondering if we don't want to maybe divide the solution between these two areas and address them separately. I'm really concerned about parking, and the minimum to me would be on at least one side of Riverview or East Riverview Drive that we have parking. There are many of us with short driveways, and if we're to have friends at all to visit or extended family, we need more area. So I would hope that at least one side of the road would have parking, and the idea of rollover curb on one side and the 6-inch curb on the side where there's sidewalk seems to be a good idea to me.
Thank you, Ms. Yost. Ms. Avens, Kathy Avens, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can. Yes, good evening.
Okay. Yeah, so it's Jim and Kathy Abens here. We actually live at 3808 Chippewa River Drive, but we do own a house that is an affordable rental house at 3808 Riverview Drive. So I want to make a couple comments. I agree that the multi-use trail is very, very necessary from Hickory Lane south. And I would really like as well to see pedestrian safety north of there. My husband is a person who uses a scooter. He's unable to walk. I've seen another scooter in the neighborhood. And, if he's on the road, he can't quickly jump over a curb or something like that if a car comes by. And so that is a concern, as well as people pushing strollers. But I would like to see some kind of compromise to allow parking at least on one side of the road. I was one who, wanted a sidewalk, but I also recognized that people need a place to park if they have guests. So I would like to see a compromise, and just like what Nancy said, as far as possibly having a what's that called, a rollover curb, to allow that to happen would be fabulous. Also, one other comment: I have been on many multi-use trails and sidewalks all over this country, and including this winter. And occasionally, a trail is split in half to go around a cool tree or around a tree, and I would like people to consider that. Rather than cutting down one of the most beautiful trees in the neighborhood, just to put a sidewalk. Once in a while, they go around a tree or split in half. And I've seen it over and over in Scottsdale, in St. George, Utah, and 2 places for an example. So I would like them to consider that before they cut down some of these gorgeous trees out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yost. Or Ms.
Hey,
Higgins,
this is Jim Abens. Can I make a comment, Kathy's husband?
Certainly.
Okay, since we live on Chippewa River Drive, but also own property on Riverview, we're an example of a number of people who rely on Riverview Drive for in and out of our neighborhood who don't actually own property on Riverview. And it's my understanding that the recent petition that was submitted was only involving people who actually live on Riverview and not all the people who live off on Riverview, who rely on Riverview to get in and out of our neighborhood. Number 2, I can't believe there's a mile of road in the city of Eau Claire residential that doesn't allow parking. And it seems crazy unfair to make us the first example of that. So I really think parking should be allowed. There should be some compromise for parking. And then if the concern is people pulling off of the road and onto their yard, it's either their thing or they have to live by whatever ordinance there are for repeated or prolonged parking off the road. But to allow people at least short term when they have company, a party, whatever, to be able to park on Riverview and maybe edge off the road over a drive over curb instead of a 6-inch curb, I think that would be a good compromise. Number 3, the way my wife mentioned, I'm disabled. I'm really landlocked with my scooter. For me to be on Riverview Drive is just really dangerous. People with good legs, and I used to have them, can dodge out of the way maybe if there's going to be almost an issue. But with my scooter, I'm really at the mercy of the motorists. And a sidewalk would be incredibly safer. And even if the multi-purpose trail would be to go totally through the wells, then I would still be landlocked unless I can get from Chippewa River Drive east over to where the multi-purpose trail would be with roll-in access. So I have a few concerns, and some are peculiar to me, but to disabled people in general. So I really think there should be allowed parking and not a 6-inch curb, especially on both sides. And of course, nobody wants the road wider, but if it had to be a little wider, that wouldn't be the end of the world. I really think there should be a sidewalk and parking. And thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Candace.
Hi, yeah, I'm Candace O'Dean, 3720 Riverview Drive, and I also would like to voice my favor for sidewalks. We have a really great neighborhood and great neighbors who have participated in a lot of dialogue around this issue in the last several months, and it's great to hear everyone's opinions and everyone's thoughts. And I know that they're differing, so that's interesting. But I will say I do have a small child, and I'm not alone in that. There are a lot of children in the neighborhood, and it's not safe. I don't kick her out of the house and let her walk alone. I would never let her walk alone to the park. But to have her on a scooter or her roller skates or her bicycle, it's not safe. So the point about going into the middle of the road, we have to do that. And quite frankly, there's no traffic signals from North Crossing to the airport, which means there is nothing that causes people to slow down or stop. So yesterday we were going down by the park and someone passed us. We were driving and someone actually passed us on the side going about 65 miles an hour down the road. And that happens frequently. I can show you my Ring doorbell video. I mean, people fly through here because there's no stop sign. There's no traffic stops. There's nothing causing folks to slow down and take a look around. And it is incredibly dangerous. We've had to hop off to the side several times. Really, I mean, I appreciate the trees. I appreciate the neighborhood. I appreciate the view and the scenery and all of that. But none of that is worth it if someone gets hit in this neighborhood. It is not worth someone's life. So I would love to be able to pay the assessment that's coming our way, pay it once and do it right, and be forward thinking and understand that sidewalks or something is probably inevitable. I'd like to do it once and get it right rather than have to come back to this in 10 years and do it all over again.
Thank you. Logan?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Look, can hear you well.
This is Melissa Logan. I live at 3906 Riverview Drive, and on the map, I am in the corner roundabout as you go from Riverview Drive to Riverview Drive East on the riverside. We have a very small lot. I'm not totally in favor of sidewalk, but the biggest concern for our family is parking. We have 2 teenage drivers, and if you've seen our driveway, it's quite small, so we take up our entire driveway with our own vehicles. So in order for anyone to come to our house, they have to temporarily park in the street, including my mother and father, who are getting older and don't need to walk up the hill to Chippewa River Drive just to get into our driveway. So I would really ask that you reconsider at least parking on one side of the road, as we will never be able to have anyone over. We have a really beautiful view in our backyard and occasionally have people over, and it would be a shame to live here and retire here and not be able to have guests. And that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. Brady.
Hi, Brady Guth here, 314 East Riverview Drive.
Good evening.
Hi, I just would like to address 2 things. Parking here is of a real concern. If you drive up and down this road, this entire project, during the summer and or any holiday, you're going to see that parking is of a premium. I have a larger driveway, but when I have family friends over, we utilize the road. So I do believe we need to have some sort of street parking available to us. I don't think that was made aware during these early meetings. And sidewalks, I'm not in favor of them. I've run many marathons in my life. I do a lot of training. I don't run on the sidewalks, just due to ankle injuries. So I'm going to be in the road anyways. And let's see. Really, it's just parking is of a premium, and I do not feel we need sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Mr. Lauterbach, we'll talk one more time. Are you there? James Lauterbach? Are you there? Okay. Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to allow you to have one question. I told you we wouldn't answer questions, but we did answer some questions. So did you have a question for us, Mr. Schaefer?
That's something to say? Go for it. He's across the street with Mr. Lauterbach right now, trying to help him get online.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, this is our last chance at any comments. So I'll try Mr. Lauterbach one more time. Thank you. Mr. Lauterbach, are you there? Mr. Lauterbach? All right. We have given everyone a chance to speak. Appreciate everyone weighing in. Again, if I could get everyone to lower their hands, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is Mr. Lauterbach, are you there? Okay. I will move on to agenda item number 4, which is a public hearing on the city's intention to order the repair of citywide sidewalk and curb and gutter according to section 66.0907 Wisconsin statute at 49 locations, beginning with 1503 Rush Street, parcel number 030788, addresses within the Sunray Mesa First Edition and Sunray Mesa Second Edition are being added to this year's repair list due to a lapse in 10-year installation requirements. Ms. Snell, good evening.
I apologize. I did not finish my last agenda item. I did not do my presentation on the Keith Street portion of the capital improvement project.
Sorry. Yes, let's talk about Keith Street.
Okay. Keith Street is, let me move forward on my slides too. It's designated as a primary or regional bike route within the bicycle and pedestrian plan. We're looking at Keith Street between Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue. It is a collector street within our system. Its existing street width is between 36 and 50 feet. There is 100% of sidewalk along each side of the project. And looking at the utilities, water main, sanitary, and storm sewer were all constructed in the late 40s, early 50s, and are proposed to be replaced. There are lead service lines that have been identified along the project. And within this project, there are 17 property owners. If we move forward to the next slide, on the south end, so again, to the right-hand side of your screen is north. On the south end of the project, we are working with 80 feet of right-of-way. We're proposing two 11.5-foot lanes in each direction and 52 feet face-to-face. This is allowing for bus parking along the east side of Keith Street next to Memorial High School and a bike lane in each direction. Additionally, at each of the cross streets, we have bump outs, which reduce the crossing distance for pedestrians crossing that are parking on the side streets and crossing to the high school. It allows pedestrians to get out and be able to see traffic in each direction, but it is also a way for motorists to better see the pedestrian waiting to cross the street as well. If we move on to the next slide. We carry that same cross section up to Hopkins Avenue, and then our right-of-way reduces to 66 feet. So we went from 80-foot right-of-way to 66-foot right-of-way. To continue to the north, we end up dropping the parking lane that we had alongside of the school. We continue the northbound bike lane, and we remove the southbound bike lane and make that a shared through travel lane with the southbound traffic. And along Keith Street from Rist to the north along the west side, there is a parking lane provided to Goff Avenue. Then we're transitioning into the intersection at Brackett Avenue. If we move to the next slide, you can see we have a left turn lane and a through right turn lane at Keith Street. Currently, the bicycle box that is there has a center lane entry, and our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee recommended to move that entrance to the right turn or right side of the bike box to maintain that bike lane into the bike box. So that would be a reconfiguration of the bike box at that intersection. That's a more typical bike box which is seen throughout the country. Staff has worked with the Eau Claire School District and Memorial staff on looking at the safety needs around the high school. We've provided the fill drawings that you are seeing here tonight and asked for feedback from them. We did talk with student transit, and they provided feedback of their bus width needing 8.5 feet for bus storage in the eastern part of the parking lane. So we are looking at increasing that for the bus parking for drop-off and pickups. And Keith Street will be closed to construction, closed during construction. A signed detour will be placed using Rudolph Road and East Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue. Keith Street is serviced by the transit route 18 Memorial. We're proposing a concrete pad midway between Hopkins and Goff Avenue on the west side of Keith Street, and we will coordinate with the transit route during the construction of the project. I'd be willing to take any questions on Keith Street.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Any questions from council? Councilor McGregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Thank you, Ms. Ness. I guess I sent a couple questions last night, so I appreciate your responses as well. Had some additional thoughts come up since then too, and some of it will be a little repetitive just for some additional context for council, but could you describe a bit about the buses and the use of that, the east side of the street? I understand that the bus is going to Memorial line up along there, and currently I see it designed as like an 8-foot parking lane, but the buses tend to be a little bit wider than that. So in order to keep the bike lane clear of buses, you said that there could be some flexibility with regard to, maybe widening that parking lane a bit. Could you describe like how council could give that direction, or if that's something that staff works on just to make sure that we're not covering the bike lane and, with buses?
Yes, when I reached out to student transit today, they did indicate that 8.5 feet would provide enough room for them. So it's a matter of us adjusting the pavement marking to provide that extra 1/2 foot width to allow for their mirrors to stay within the parking area. So that's something that we can work on. It's part of the design moving forward.
Thank you. And I have a couple other questions, if that's all right, Council President.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is largely regarding I think probably the 2 slides before this, kind of the section of the road over in front of the National Guard building. And my understanding is that there's interest, from the high school to have parking, available on that west side of the street. But essentially, as a result of that, for the 1900 block and the 2000 block of Keith Street, the ones that we're basically seeing in front of us right now, it's proposed that there'll be parking instead of bike lanes. And it also, like, because it narrows down there, looks like the bike lane that does exist going northbound is kind of narrow at 4 feet wide. But I guess, like, my understanding is that if we chose to get rid of parking on those 2 blocks, the 1900 block and the 2000 block, we could have bike lanes that are like 5.5 feet wide and both directions. Would that be correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And just part of my exploration of this would be the question, what is the destination for the high school? What is like the entrance and the use of that parking? Is it for the auditorium, which is like a couple blocks to the south, or are there some other entrances that these more northerly blocks would be of interest to the high school for parking?
When we discussed parking with the high school, we did discuss parking near their auditorium, and that people coming to the high school did use the west side of the street for parking. We also have received input from neighbors along Goff Avenue and Rist Avenue related to the parking restrictions during the school day in this neighborhood. So we also talked with the Memorial High School about doing some potential parking changes throughout the neighborhood and how that would impact their student parking within the neighborhood, maybe staff parking within in the neighborhood as well. We're trying to work through a plan with them on how to move forward and work with the neighborhood to address the demand of parking within the neighborhood as a whole. So just looking at that, our first initial thought was to maintain the parking in these 2 blocks based off of the need for parking in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council for Ms. Ness in regards to Keith Street? Again, I'll ask if there's any other questions for council in regards to Keith Street. Seeing none, we'll open this up for the public to weigh in. If there's anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on WebEx. And if anyone wishes to speak to the street project on Keith Street, please raise your hand on WebEx. And I am not seeing anyone. Agenda item number 4, again, a public hearing on the city's intention to order the repair of citywide sidewalk and curb and gutter according to section 66.0907 Wisconsin statutes at 49 locations beginning with 1503 Rush Street, parcel number 030788. Ms. Ness.
This is our citywide sidewalk and curb and gutter repair program that we bring forward every year. The city undertakes the repairs if not completed by the property owner within 20 days. If the repairs are completed by the city, then we assess the property owner for those repairs. Our program is typically brought forward with a bid right away in the spring, and our intent is to do the sidewalk construction, as much of it in the spring months prior to the larger construction projects occurring throughout the city. Property owners receive a door hanger notice and a minimum of 3 days in advance of the work which is to occur. On those notices, there's an estimated start date and an estimated completion date. It has the contractor's name, address, the contact of the contractor, and a number to reach them at. And then that gives them the opportunity to connect with the contractor prior to them completing the work, or work with the contractor if they want additional repairs completed. If the notices, if the contractor does not start within 2 days of the estimated start date with the areas that they have sent out their notices, new notices are required with a new estimated start date to provide that notice to the residents. With that, I will take any questions.
Any questions from council? Again, any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Nass. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item in regards to sidewalks and agenda item number 4? Can anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item? And I am not seeing anyone. We will move on to agenda item number 5, which is a public hearing on a resolution approving a site plan in a P public district to allow for the L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library expansion project. Mr. Petrie, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President Weld and members of the council. Before you this evening is a recommendation from the Waterways and Parks Commission along with the Plan Commission for the library project. Located number 5 on the screen, located downtown. Here's the notification map of 300-foot buffer for the site plan this evening. Aerial photograph of the existing library site, as we are all familiar with it. This evening we're reviewing the site plan submitted by the Eau Claire Public Library along with their design team, MSR Design, and also their engineer, Ayers Associates. This evening, this project is zoned P Public. The library is existing 62,000 gross square footage, will be remodeled, and also 6,800 square feet will be added to the footprint of the library. The Eau Claire Street will be removed. It will not be vacated. It will be removed and to allow for geothermal within the right-of-way, allow for a plaza area to be formed at phase 1. Some of you may know phase 2 in the future would be for the City Hall Plaza area to connect with the city library, which is in the master plan as we speak. The U.S. Bank building will remain as is with the access off of Dewey Street, entering and then exiting out onto Farwell Street. The lower level of the library project in review this evening will be for the drop-off and pickup. That will be removed off of Eau Claire Street, and then they'll allow also, other improvements down below the library. They're also adding bicycle parking as well. The existing library structure was built in 1975. This new addition will allow for the existing roof line as shown in the elevation and added square footage. Here's showing the plaza area on the screen now, in addition to showing the U.S. Bank driveways to remain as is. And also in your packet this evening is the floor plans, elevations, landscape plan, and other plans as submitted by the design team. They are adding a significant amount of landscaping along Eau Claire Street and along the entranceway. They're also adding a patio area, new signage, and a new facade to the building. Showing on the screen now is the facade design for the library project. Showing on all sides of the library. Also showing the entranceway. They'll be adding a seating area for customers and outdoor area for plaza, enjoying the library plaza area. In addition, the removing of the LED sign from the west side of the building to the east side of the building, adding some lawn area, adding a monument sign to the project as well. Here is that monument proposed signage. Also in your packet is the floor plans as noted. Staff has received some questions and clarification from not only the Plan Commission, but also council members and the general public. We can answer any of those questions this evening. Otherwise, the engineering team is on the call, and the city team is on the call as well this evening, and we'd be open to any questions that the council may have.
Any questions from council? Councilor McGregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Thank you, Mr. Petrie, and obviously I saw this at Plan Commission and appreciated that opportunity as well and sent a lot of questions ahead of time. That's my question is, I saw that there were a number of questions from Aaron Salmon, the chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I know that committee has not reviewed this site plan and typically do not review site plans, although I think there is a desire to typically for projects like this that have implications for bike routes. And my understanding is that the Eau Claire Street is currently a neighborhood bicycle route in the bike and pedestrian plan. And this obviously changes that dynamic a bit. So I guess I was wondering, my question is like, is there a plan to, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, has Mr. Salmon been responded to, I guess, with regard to his questions that came in email a week ago that were pertaining to access to this building for bicyclists and pedestrians on the lower level, as well as some of the bike parking and accessibility questions for using the Eau Claire Street corridor?
Yeah, excellent question, Councilmember Greger. The conversation that we've had with him, he did ask about 15 questions plus or minus during the email applicant that was submitted to staff. We did send that off to the development team, also the design team. I don't think anyone has responded at this time, but prior to tomorrow's meeting, we'll have hopefully all the answers. Just to clarify your question, the width of Dewey Street, or Eau Claire Street, pardon me, will still allow for bicyclists to go through that street. There should be a wide enough, I think the narrowest point is approximately 11 feet. That should allow for not only pedestrians, but also bicyclists. And then also in the future, most council members are aware that the engineering department is working on a future trail along the Eau Claire River that will give us access on the Eau Claire River side. The other question that you had about the down below parking, there is bicycle racks down there, but as a bicyclist, staff would probably, and customers probably would recommend using the main entrance, parking their bike in the rack, and then going through the main entrance. I'm not sure they would be using the lower area. Now, employees may park their bike down there, but as a user of the library, you probably want to enter off the main entrance off of Farwell Street.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Petrie. If I may have a follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know that one of the reasons why the employees prefer to use the lower level is that it's a sheltered bike parking area, and if you're going to have your bike there every day and all day long, there's a good chance it'll get rained on often if it's not under a shelter. So, but I've heard some concerns about access, and safety using that ramp. So, is there a way to engineer another entrance to that lower level, or potentially build some sheltered bike parking at the ground level along the Eau Claire Street corridor?
As a planner, I do not know the answer to question number one, but I'm not sure if Ms. Ness might have that answer or Chris with Ayers Associates might have that answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, Chris, so
Yes.
Chris, Salute, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Jeremy, I missed the first half of your question there. So could you repeat that for me really quick?
Sure. Basically, the first half is about, whether there could be access for people walking and biking to that lower level that's an alternative to the taking that ramp, which is really built for automobile traffic. Like if something could be engineered to come from the future trail. And then the second part was really about, and that's because of the, access to sheltered bike parking. And the other half of the question is if, there could be sheltered bike parking built, for the broader use on like the ground at the main level of the building, like outside the front door area or something, or over by the US Bank drive-through.
Gotcha. So taking it one at a time here, on the lower level, I would hesitate to encourage bicycle and pedestrian circulation on to that lower level, because the way the vehicle circulation works right now is it's very challenging for anyone, and we should not encourage it because of all the blind spots going down to that lower level. The combination of cars and vehicles in that space makes it a very circuitous, challenging place to make it a safe space for all three of those uses. But also the building function itself, trying to increase security and where people enter and exit from inside the building. We're really trying to encourage people to go through those secured doors on the first level rather than opening it up to the lower level so much. And then when it comes to the adding additional sheltered bike parking on the first level, the street level, I think that's a great idea. However, the way it's phased out or future phased right now, I would suggest that's added in, because it's such a permanent solution to add a structure that would be such a bike parking structure. I would suggest that's a future phase 2 solution for bike parking. Like in some of your comments before, I think I've mentioned that the bike parking that's located closest to the building entry is planned to be relocated in phase 2. I think that's a perfect time to try to find a permanent location that's more sheltered for those bike parking stalls.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions in regards to agenda amendment number 5? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I just had one other question about that Eau Claire Street corridor. Like if someone is riding a bike eastbound on Eau Claire Street and wants to go to the library, I'm just trying to figure out how I would do that, because essentially it's like a T intersection that has curb cuts for the crosswalks, but not really for bicyclists necessarily to go right up and use that corridor like as if it was a bike trail or something. So I guess because I see like there's kind of some steps to the pedestrian plaza that are like right in front of where the curb cut is there, and you'd have to kind of do some awkward turns and stuff. So I guess my question is there a way to make that more intuitive, particularly for eastbound bicycle access? I guess one could use the driveway for the US Bank, sort of, but that there's still an awkward turn there. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can smoothen that out.
Right. So if I can answer that if no one else wants to. So you're kind of, if I'm understanding it correctly, imagining a bicyclist coming down Eau Claire Street and then trying to go up into the plaza, and how do you make that transition going from street to the plaza? Along from basically handicap ramp to handicap ramp on that Farwell Street side, we have what's called a mountable curb. It's essentially a drive over curb that's needed for fire access. So it's not a full height curb in that location. So bicyclists can easily get up on that. And then going from those handicap ramps up to the front door of the library, we had a big, long discussion about what's the right approach here. There's a lot of challenging grades in that location. So to make it not only, accessible from foot, but also handicap accessible, wheelchair accessible, and also mobilely impaired accessible, we decided that the best solution was to give the easiest grade up rather than the steepest grade up. So what you're seeing right now is a sloped access that goes a little bit longer around the corner because that's the most accessible grade going up to the front of the building. And then the sets of stairs on the left are the ones that are a little bit more direct, but they are the least accessible. You know, you can't, if you're mobilely impaired, you're not going to be able to go up those stairs. And then the area in between is this sort of activity space with some terrace wood seating and some signage, just like you've seen in some of the 3D images.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Petrie.
Thank you.
This item is open for this comment from the public, and if anyone wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on WebEx. Mr. Yang, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. My name is Dang Yang, and my address is 2003 Meadow Lane. I'm excited about the plans for the public library. The one question I have is on the corner of Dewey Street and Eau Claire Street. There currently has a Circle of Friends an art piece as well as a Joby Zhang plaque. Can you clarify if anything's happening to those pieces specifically as part of this plan?
Great question. So I don't know if anyone who's controlling the plan has the ability to zoom in, but that sign and that plaque will remain on that side of the site, but be reset and adjusted slightly. So if you're looking at the plan right now, you can kind of see on the Dewey Street side, there's this wedge shape with a black line in it. Just to the south of that black line is a little dot, and that's where that sculpture is supposed to be relocated to. So it's slightly adjusted with the plaque.
With the plaque, I don't recall if the family was part of the installation of the plaque. Will the Zhang family, be notified of that change, that shift?
I'm going to have to defer to Dave Solberg on that one, if he's available, or Leoness.
We can alert the family of the plans and for the sculpture and the memorial. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you, but I appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments, I should say, from council? Any other comments from council in regards to the Memorial Public Library? And I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Agenda item number 6 is a public hearing on a resolution approving a site plan in a P public district to allow for the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire Hibbard Hall parking lot reconstruction. Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, President. Well, this is a team effort this evening. We'll handle the planning section, and then we'll turn it over to Ms. Neff to handle the engineering section of this parking lot for the UWEC. On the screen is the zoning map, the location map, and also the notification map. You notified 300 feet of the property for the Hibbard lot. The property is owned P public. It's approximately 2.3 acres in size. UWEC, along with Ayers Associates, were the applicant for the site plan. The zoning is not changing with the parking lot. The expansion to the north has been removed, so they're just doing parking lot improvements, and Leah can touch base on more details about that. Within the project as well, aerial photograph of the site. Within the project, they were proposing this monument sign on the corner of State Street and Garfield Avenue. During the Plan Commission discussion, along with the neighborhood discussion, the Plan Commission has recommended that that be brought back at a later date for review by not only the Plan Commission, but also council. There was some questions from the neighborhood about lighting and aesthetics for that type of sign on the corner. So the Plan Commission has recommended that that be removed and looked at a later date. With that being said, I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Ness, and she can touch base on the rest of the discussion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrie. Ms. Ness.
Thank you. If you can move forward a slide, please. All right, this is the proposed parking lot layout that was submitted to the City of Eau Claire. The existing access to the lot is on Park Avenue on the west side and on State Street on the east side. This proposed drawing shows an access onto Garfield Avenue, about mid-block between Park Avenue and State Street. In the existing conditions, there were 271 parking stalls and 6 ADA parking stalls. There is some adjacent green space with some larger trees to the north. The university is on the west side. There's residential located on the south side of Garfield Avenue and on the east side of State Street. The proposed conditions submitted with the removal of the parking lot, if you go to the next slide, or I apologize, the removal of the access onto Garfield Avenue shows the proposed access going back out to State Street. This was an option to relocate the driveway back to State Street. Originally, when the city was doing the State Street reconstruction project in 2019, we had done a crash analysis on State Street, and there was a large dot showing multiple crashes at the intersection of State and Garfield, and crashes around the intersection as well, related to the access point to the parking lot. So at that time, with that larger overview, looking at the crash data, we had just recommended maybe it's a good idea to look at having an access onto Garfield Avenue, moving that access off of a higher volume, higher speed roadway onto a lower volume, lower speed roadway. Moving forward, we looked at that in more detail with before going to the neighborhood association. If we move forward a slide, we attended the Third Ward Neighborhood Association meeting for the 2021 capital improvement project along Garfield Avenue, which is a project to move forward at the same time as the Hibbard parking lot. This project was presented to the neighborhood and to City Council previously and approved with an amendment of having a 6-foot bike lane on each side and an 11-foot travel lane in each direction, designated by additional pavement markings and supplemental signage. So this is a project that will go along with the Hibbard parking lot, be constructed at the same time frame of what Hibbard parking lot is proposed to be completed at. We go to the next slide. Here's where I was talking about crash conditions. With our existing, or our 2019 capital improvement project along State Street, we identified that there were 24 crashes at the Garfield and State intersection, and looking around from the project limits and just north of the project, we anticipated that there were crashes related to that access point, and that's what's really stemmed the initial thought of moving the access from Hibbard parking lot to Garfield Avenue. So we had requested that the university take a look at that, and they did for us. If we move forward to the next slide, when I went to the neighborhood association meeting in February, I was asked to provide crash data from the Hibbard parking lot and State Street. Looking back from 2015 to 19, there were 7 crashes, 1 angle crash and 6 rear end crashes. Within the parking lot, there were 3 crashes. The rear end crashes are predominantly southbound. one going in the northbound direction. And the angle crash was an exiting vehicle colliding with a southbound vehicle on State Street. So looking at that, if we move forward to the next slide, we also looked at the amount of traffic going in and out of the parking lot from State Street. And this was information that Ayers Associates collected in 2019 when they were looking at the design of the Hibbard parking lot. So Ayers Associates did data collection at each of the driveways and at the intersections during the peak hours. And the peak hours were determined to be 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning, 4 to 5 p.m. in the evening. In the morning, you can see that the northbound left turns are about 80 vehicles crossing, about 500 vehicles going southbound or having a conflict with. In the evening, the exiting traffic going northbound on State would be 40 vehicles trying to make that northbound left turn. And the southbound traffic is just over 800 vehicles. So there's quite a few conflicts with traffic going southbound, but then you add the northbound traffic in as well, and it's even more. So one of the thoughts was to remove that conflict at that point. An alternative would be able to look at a right-in, right-out, or moving that access point onto Garfield Avenue. If we go to the next slide, in February, I then went over the different alternatives for access to the Hibbard parking lot with the neighborhood association, and then again presented this at Plan Commission last Monday. So if the access is moved onto Garfield Avenue, some of the positive results of that would be that we're taking the conflicts away on State Street. So those 80 left turns going northbound, conflicting with the 400 vehicles going southbound in the morning. And then the 10 left turns versus the 865 in the PM period. There were 2 crashes in the last 5 years, and potentially those injury crashes may have been less severe had the access been moved. Again, Garfield Avenue has slower speeds, so with slower speeds, it's typically less severe collisions, and traffic would be going through a controlled intersection to get to the access on Garfield Avenue. Some of the down points to moving the access onto Garfield Avenue is that we're directing more traffic into a bicycle and pedestrian area that's identified as one of the gateways to UWEC, and traffic or vehicular light impacts on residents. So with the proposed access being on Garfield Avenue in the evenings or early mornings during the winter when it's dark, vehicles exiting, their lights would be shining southbound right into the residents along Garfield Avenue. If we go to the next slide, we're looked at a right-in, right-out on State Street. So keeping the existing access, but restricting it to only southbound right turns in and right turns out to go southbound onto State Street. This reduces the left turn conflicts on State Street. It eliminates the headlight impact on Garfield Avenue to the residents, and it directs the left turns through a controlled intersection. So again, northbound left turn vehicles would be using the traffic signals at Garfield Avenue to go down Garfield, and then they would need to enter off of Park Avenue. Some of the negatives related to right in, right out is the southbound rear crash is still possible. It adds more motoring traffic to Garfield and Park Avenue streets and intersection. That impacts the pedestrian and bicycle traffic in the area. There's potential for wayfinding confusion, and we had several individuals call in and talk about if someone were to want to go northbound on State Street, they have to exit onto Park Avenue and either go southbound or northbound. And if they go northbound, they end up going to Summit Avenue, and they're restricted to make a right turn there because of the median island that was placed there. So then they're required to go to State Street to either go northbound or southbound. Otherwise, if they want to go northbound on State Street to get down to the Water Street District area, the route that they would need to take is to make a left out of the Hibbard parking lot on Park Avenue, take a left onto Garfield, take a left at the traffic signal on State Street, and then take another left at Summit Avenue to get to Water Street District. So it could be potentially confusing for people trying to get in and out of campus and to other areas from the downtown from the Hibbard parking lot with that restrictive movement on State Street. We go to the next slide. It's just using State Street unrestricted, similar to the conditions that it is in today. Traffic's not diverted onto the side streets, so that's a positive. And there's lower vehicle conflicts with the pedestrians and bicyclists that are using the Garfield Avenue entrance into and out of campus. Some of the negatives related to this do-nothing alternative is that it maintains the existing crash potentials for angle crashes. Pedestrians use the parking lot for cut-through to campus, and that was one of the other incentives of moving the access to Garfield Avenue, is to provide a barrier fencing to not allow pedestrians to be within the Hibbard parking lot to make that cut-through movement. It's just a safety issue having the additional pedestrians walking through the parking lot with motor vehicles coming in and out and making those movements. The third negative is just the turning traffic on the higher speed street, maintaining that access on State Street. Again, the speeds are higher than what Garfield Avenue is, and then potentially the collisions that could occur are of higher severity. We move on to the next slide. Just a summary of the feedback from the outreach that we have done. On February 5th of this year, a petition was signed with 22 signatures and received by the city opposing the access on Garfield Avenue. This was from residents along the 200 block of Garfield Avenue and in that area. The Third Ward neighborhood on February 10th voted 7 yeses and 1 no to a motion which included 3 items: opposing the exit entrance on Garfield Avenue, supporting the parking on the north side of Garfield Avenue, and supporting the right-in, right-out only at the Hibbard parking lot and State Street. That was the steering committee that had voted on that. And then emails to Plan Commission opposing the access on Garfield Avenue. We had 9 emails related to that. We had 3 emails opposing illuminated signage and 5 emails opposing the right-in, right-out access on State Street. Then, as Mr. Petrie mentioned previously, the Plan Commission approved unrestricted access on State Street. It accepted the recommendation of staff for the grading and drainage, and the tabled the signage discussion. If we move on to the next slide. Or is that maybe my last slide that I provided? That is my last slide. That's really the summary of the information related to the Hibbard parking lot from what was provided to city staff and the outreach related to the Garfield Avenue project. and what we heard back and how Plan Commission has voted on that. So I'm open for any questions related to the access of the parking lot or to the project along with Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, Ms. Ness and Mr. Petrie. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President Wild. I just have a quick request. I'm wondering if Ms. Ness, you could email the summary of feedback to council. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Greger.
Thank you, President Weldon. Thank you, Ms. Ness and Mr. Petrie. Yeah, it's good to have this slide up. At Plan Commission, we obviously made the decision at the bottom of the slide here to leave State Street the State Street entrance unrestricted and not do the Garfield entrance, and also tabled the signage. I guess a logistical question for council tomorrow in our consideration, would we essentially have to amend the proposal in order to agree with Plan Commission, or would we, or is what's coming in front of us essentially what Plan Commission recommended?
As I understand it, what's being proposed by staff is the right in, right out. And that's what, so it would require an amendment? Mr. Sullivan?
I think that would be the clearest.
Okay. I do have a question, kind of a follow-up question on that.
Sure.
Thank you. So I was taking a closer look at the entrance on the State Street side, as it's currently designed, unrestricted. I noticed that the State Street driveway is wider than the Park Avenue driveway entrance. And I'm wondering, you know, basically, like if we were to narrow the State Street entrance down, like what would be the recommendation from engineering in terms of the width, and would we be able to bring it down to similar to the Park Avenue width? And I'm just not familiar exactly with what the widths currently are or what they're being proposed if we were to follow Plan Commission's recommendation.
Typically on width of a driveway, we require turning movements if it's more than 30 feet to show that there's a need for that width at that location. And that's dependent on the type of vehicles that they have coming in and out of the parking lot. So that's something that we would work with Ayers Associates and the university on the design of the entrance exit location there for the turning movements and the width that is needed at that location.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Ms. Ness or Mr. Petrie? Get any questions from council? I am not seeing any. If there's anyone that wishes to speak to this item from the public, again, agenda item number 6, in regards to the Hibbard Hall parking lot. If you wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand on WebEx. Okay, anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand on WebEx. Ms. Tao. Sorry, 1 second.
Hi, yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you.
So my name is Pa Tao. I'm at S8651 Apple Road. And today I'm speaking on behalf of the Black and Brown Women Power Coalition, our office located at 505 South Dewey Street. But first, thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you some of my concerns. None of it is related to what is on the public agenda tonight, but something that I want to bring up to City Council and hoping that you can take our concerns into consideration.
If I can interrupt you, is this in regards to the Hibbard parking lot, your comments, or?
Oh, no, I thought we were on the public comments already. Are we not there yet?
No, we're still discussing the Hibbard parking lot, so.
Okay,
can I have
then
you hang
I'll
on
wait
for a
till
few minutes?
after. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, I'll ask, does anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item number 6? And I do not see any. With that, our public comment period is next. And for those of you that wish to speak this evening during the public comment period, please click on the icon to raise your hand. I will call on you in the order in which they appear on my screen. Please state your name and city of Eau Claire address. The public comment period is for those living or working in the city of Eau Claire. Please note that your comments should be regarding issues or concerns of citywide application, and please do not comment on issues that were on tonight's agenda, as council wants and needs to hear those comments during the notice public hearing or discussion. Also, please be aware that during this public comment period, council members are not allowed to ask questions or comment on your remarks, so please do not misinterpret our silence. We are listening. City Council shall not hear personal complaints of city personnel or any person, including elected public officials affiliated with the city. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I will alert you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then I'll ask you to bring your comments to a close. This comment period will last for 20 minutes, unless it is the wish of 2/3 of the council to extend it. Is there anyone that wishes to speak during our public commentary period? If so, please raise your hand. And Ms. Powell, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, great, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Again, my name is Pa Tao. My address is at SA651 Apple Road. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Black and Brown Women Power Coalition. Our office is located at 505 South Dewey Street. So thank you again for the opportunity to share our concerns. Again, tonight I speak on behalf of the Black and Brown Women Power Coalition and our concerns for the search for the Equity and Inclusion Coordinator position. As the agency that engages in city-related initiatives, most recently with the search for the city manager, it is troubling to us that this position with this overarching goal of developing, overseeing, and implementing a comprehensive equity, diversity, and inclusion plan that aligns with the city's and county's strategic goals and objectives, developing and implementing diversity initiatives and strategies to attract, hire, and maintain a diverse workplace, promoting welcoming, inclusive, and diverse community. That all of these are overarching goals which are really important to marginalized community, do not have any community or stakeholder involvement. At the Black and Brown Women Power Coalition, we believe that people who are most impacted should be at the forefront of our work. And we believe that this idea aligns with the City of Eau Claire's and your value and making sure that there are community participation, such as having public comments like tonight. So I'm urging City Council to suspend the search for the position of the Equity and Inclusion Coordinator until we can get community engagement, not in only the search, but also in the position description, and really making sure that this position is something that will aligns with what the city has planned, but also that it has community and stakeholders input as well. Thank you so much for your time tonight and for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Lee.
Thank you. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Yep, good evening.
Okay, great. Good evening. Thank you, President Weld and council members for taking the time to hear some of our public comments tonight. I too am going to dovetail what Ms. Tao had just talked about, but I come and I represent myself as a concerned community member. My address is 2203 33rd Avenue in the city of Eau Claire. I've been a longtime resident of Eau Claire, and as someone who engages in this sort of work professionally and personally, and I'm sure many of you have gotten my email last Friday evening, I do come and I come and I can't stress to you how important it is for us to do this right. I recognize the work that council and the county supervisors have, the sort of work that you've put into to make sure that this position becomes a reality. But I'm also here to caution you that unless we really strategically look at what you are expecting this person to perform and do, and to make sure that in this process of community building and expecting this person to reach out and build community with not only the at-large Eau Claire community, but to bring in marginal voices and identities to the table so that we can indeed move forward as an inclusive community. That what Ms. Tao had said earlier about missing stakeholders in this conversation and the way in which this position has been crafted and put together. I will tell you, as somebody who's engaged in this professionally, that you are not going to cultivate the sort of pool that you want, and you're not going to be able to draw in somebody who's going to be committed and will want to be part of this for long term. And that's what we want, long term, the longevity of that, the retainment of that. And so I highly encourage you, in the same vein as Ms. Tao, that you suspend the search, that you pull back, and that the council, city, and county have a real conversation, take a deep dive into what you want this person to actually do. Because right now I can tell you, if I were to even to look at that job, I wouldn't qualify for that job. And I've been doing what I've been doing for close to 20 years. And you're not going to attract that kind of person that's going to come and help you move the ticker on EDI if you don't take that moment to pull back and look at that and assess it and decide, do you want a leader or do you want a coordinator of this sort of work behind the scenes? Because it's a confusing job description right now. And so I thank you for listening. And as I had offered in my email, I will offer it here. We are here. Please tap into us if you need us to walk into a space like that with you, to talk about that and to dialogue that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Stuxford-Blocken, are you there? Salika?
Yes.
Good evening.
Not allowing me to unmute.
What's that? Yeah, just let me unmute you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. You're good to go. Well, yeah, just I'm going to unmute you and just you let me do it.
Okay. Now you can hear me.
Yes. Good evening.
Okay. Good Good evening, distinguished guests and council. My name is Salika Ducksworth Lawton. I live at 2211 Vienna Terrace, Eau Claire. I have been in the city since 1993. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you. And I am going to support the previous speakers by saying that I think you might want to suspend this search for a few reasons. I am happy to see this search. I had encouraged it, and I always have. But when I encouraged it, I always told the individuals involved that it needed to be a special assistant to the city manager or a special assistant to the council president and to council to be able to engage in the kind of policy work that will be necessary for guiding the city to be more inclusive in this century. So it's less a compliance job and it's more policy, yet this description seems to be more HR compliance. We already have a wonderful HR. I am very pleased to work with them. I know I have worked with Vicki Sultan. I have no problems with them. So the problem that I'm having here is this appears to be an HR job with the kind of HR qualifications that someone, for instance, who has worked for the Army in terms of equal opportunity and policy is not going to have. And to echo what has been said before, when I looked at it with an eye towards to recommending people for it, I could not. Because the people who are in the policy type positions that you would need are not going to have HR certifications. They don't do HR, they do policy. So they would be working with your department heads to direct policy and to look at policy, to look for the kinds of issues that prevent us from being effective. So in summation, I would like to see you step back and maybe get a little more input from some of your stakeholders before you go ahead with this search. I'm looking at the vice chancellor of EDI at my university, a person with a law degree and 30 years experience, and that person would not be qualified for this job. But that person is the kind of person you absolutely need. So I offer myself for any consultation or to link you to people to consult, but I do urge you to follow the advice of the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. O'Brien, is there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay, great. All right. My name's Julie O'Brien, and I live at 2975 West Princeton Avenue. And this is in regard to the Double W LLC applying for a liquor license for the Princeton Valley Golf Course. And I sent you all an email and also a map. And so you know that it is the center of our area over here on the north side. And I have met with Josh Wahlberg and Alyssa, well, she's called herself Allie Wire, and they are eager to work with us as a neighborhood, and they are a piece of fresh air to what this whole neighborhood needs. And we love our golf course. They have no intentions of building houses on it, which is wonderful news for us. And golf is a big part of why a lot of people live out here. And so we think this liquor license should go through. And I know I noticed a couple things about staying open till like 10 o'clock they need to close. I have to say, I've lived out here 30 years and we're in a valley and I can hear things from, like one of my neighbors, they sit on their deck and I can hear them. I've never had a problem with the golf course, any noise or anything like that. There is a special event. They're really good about letting us know. So I'm hoping you all support this and let them have their hours as they see fit to when the customers are there so that they can make a go of this. I can't think of anything else, but just hoping that you all support this. And thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien.
Okay, good night.
Yes, bye-bye. Ms. Engadal, are you there?
Yes.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Engadal. I live at 1923 Tucker Trail. And I just wanted to just continue the support of what the previous individual stated as far as the equity, diversity, and inclusion coordinator position, that search be suspended until members of the community which are involved in EDI work already are consulted on this. There's so many amazing resources that we have right here in the Chippewa Valley, which I don't believe were consulted on this, looking at the description of the position. My main concern with the way the position is stated right now is the qualifications seem to be based on what looks good on paper versus the community involvement. So the concern for me is that an individual will come into this position without having connections with in the community, and those are things that for marginalized individuals are not able to be made overnight. They're things that people need to, it puts people in a vulnerable position, and that you're not going to get accurate results or information if you don't already have those connections. So I just wanted to voice my support again with the previous individuals that this be suspended until there's further education into what would be the best and consultation with members of the community who are already involved in EDI work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Engadal. Ms. Jean Newmaster, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yes, I'm just calling in to also voice my support to have a larger community conversation about this position. Of course, I'm really, really so glad that this council has made this position, and it's very exciting to have this position as a part of Eau Claire. And in reading the job description and everything out there, I also feel that there is a good way to make the job application itself and profile more inclusive in itself. And you're just going to have a wider blanketed network of candidates who are going to that could be part of this, might be someone for this position if that application is looked at through a lens of inclusion itself. So sorry, I'm a little tongue-tied here, but I just want to throw my support behind just taking a pause and having some community experts that have offered their services to be able to do so and strengthening this position application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for weighing in. Mr. Yang, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Dang Yang, and my address is 2003 Meadow Lane. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of some of the previous speakers to address the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Coordinator position to the City of Eau Claire. And first and foremost, I'm very supportive and thankful to the members of City Council for allocating the resources and the effort to put this position together in the search process. I'm very supportive of that. However, I want to reiterate what the previous speakers said, and I'm very supportive of what they articulated about suspending the current search process until there's an opportunity for community members and other stakeholders to review the position description and the search and screen process itself. I think that in addition to the information that was provided by many of the speakers tonight on this particular matter, one thing that I would like to point out is that the position description in of itself is really reminiscent of a position description of this type about 3, maybe 4 decades ago, when the affirmative action type of framework was really the focus of equity work. The evolution of this type of work really has exceeded and gone beyond just the affirmative action component, which oftentimes is associated with human resources. After the affirmative action model, they came to the multiculturalism model, very focused on race and ethnicity. And then after that, we saw a very significant shift into inclusive excellence, which broadened the intersectional lenses and started looking at different social identities. And right now, in the last 5 years at minimum, we've seen a significant shift towards anti-racism and anti-oppression. And what I'm seeing in the current position description is a position description that would be relevant to the type of work that would have been necessary 40 years ago. But I think that if we're looking at the current work that's necessary now, and we're taking a look at the most contemporary models of need in the community and stakeholders within the community, anti-racism, anti-oppression model really is what we're really looking for. And I don't think that this particular position description really speaks to the type of skill sets required of an individual to do that very well. And again, in addition to the other community members who have offered their services, as an individual who is a practitioner in equity, diversity, and inclusion, I would be very much happy to partner with the city to work on this particular component too as well in a little more detail and serve as in any sort of consultation capacity as I can. So thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Have a good evening. I don't see anyone else that has raised their hand. And anyone else that wishes to speak during the public commentary period that has not spoken already? Looks like we've gotten everybody. All right. We will close the public comment period, and I hope everyone can enjoy the warm weather tomorrow. And if there is no objection from council, and not seeing any, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You have a good night.
Good night.
The city council is now in session. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Here.
Beaton,
Here.
Berge,
Here.
Christopherson, here, Emmanuel,
Here.
Brager,
Here.
Klinkhammer,
Here.
Moore,
Here.
Wells,
Here.
Workman,
Here.
John.
Here.
All right, thank you, and welcome. Everyone that is joining us here in chambers and remotely, and to my fellow council members, also a big welcome. I hope everyone had a chance to enjoy this beautiful early spring weather. So we look forward to the next couple of hours, and we'll get started. Again, this is our Tuesday, February, March 9th legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. And thanks to you that joined us last night with your comments in regards to the public hearing, and certainly welcome anyone that is here today to listen in. During our legislative session this afternoon, the council members will be participating either remotely or in person to deliberate and to take action on the agenda items before us today. City staff and council members have spent a great deal of time preparing for this meeting, And again, I have sincere appreciation for their continued work and dedication to this community. If you wish to view tonight's meeting, it can be viewed through the live event link on the meetings page of the city's website. The link will appear next to the agenda. The meetings page can be found on the home page of the city's website at oaklandwi.gov. Then scroll down to public notices and meetings, and there are also recordings of the past meetings at this site as well. The first item on our agenda is the COVID-19 update from Interim City Manager Dave Solberg and Health Director Lisa Gahee. Good afternoon, Mr. Solberg.
Thank you, Council President Weld and the rest of the City Council. We have this session's update on the COVID-19 response from City Forces and Health Department. Again, on the screen, we have the coronavirus hub that has a link that will take people to it on the city's website is listed above. That is still updated with metrics and statistics every Thursday. The Health Department is still providing local updates on Thursdays at 3:30. Those are able to be viewed on YouTube and Facebook. And we are continuing to operate the COVID-19 call center at area code 715-831-7425. And also there's information on the Eau Claire City County Health Department Facebook page. On the next slide, we have some of our statistics, and again, over the previous meeting from 2 weeks ago, our numbers continue to improve. And I'll read the statistics. We have, I think, the wrong statistics on the slide, but we're up to 11,046 positive cases. That is an increase of 108 over 2 weeks ago. We have had 105 confirmed deaths, which is an increase of 1 death from 2 weeks ago. We've had 356 cases hospitalized since the last update. That's an increase of 5. And currently we have 99 active cases in the community, which is down 28 from the update 2 weeks ago. On the next slide, again, we're averaging 11 new positive cases per day. Our goal is 10. The slide is from, I think, a month ago. So it shows our progress that we've been making steadily with fighting the pandemic. But we're at 11 new positive cases per day. Again, the goal is 10 for managing the spread. We've had 4 new outbreaks in the past 14-day period. And our positivity rate is now classified as low at 4.6% of those tests being conducted are coming back positive. During the last update 2 weeks ago, we were at the moderate level for that. The state rating for our COVID activity level in Eau Claire County is high, and we have a flat trajectory. Last week it was decreasing. We had a higher number, but it was decreasing. So it appears as though we are starting to plateau at lower numbers and hopefully at a more stable situation. Again, we've had 1 additional death due to COVID since the last update. The majority of cases remain within the city of Eau Claire, but there are cases that occur county-wide. And community spread is at 35%, which is remaining relatively steady. That indicates 35% of people who contract the virus contracted it from throughout the community. It was not contracted from a close family member or somebody that they had known. So then the last numbers that I'll go over with regards to this is a hospital bed usage and ICU bed usage. We've been in the yellow and the red for the majority of the time that I've been giving the updates. Both of those metrics are now in the green. So for hospital bed use, in the past 7 days, we've had 74% of those hospital beds occupied. Anything less than 80% is considered green. And our ICU bed use is at 71%. Anything less than 80% for that is in the green category. So our lower daily case numbers are showing positive gains in our hospital bed usage and our hospitals in the area be able to keep up with the with the persons who are becoming infected. So the numbers are very good numbers. They are by no means a reason to become complacent and stop doing any of the preventative measures that we have done. But it is proof that fruits of the labor for the hard work that businesses and community members and employees and everybody coming together and doing what they should be doing to try and combat the spread of this disease. As far as state orders, there have been no changes over the last 2 weeks in state orders. Governor Evers has an emergency declaration that was issued February 4th for a face mask mandate. That's still in effect. And the Supreme Court still has before us a legal challenge to the governor's authority to issue multiple emergency declarations. If that were to be struck down, the multiple declarations, then our local mask mandate that was, or local face covering ordinance that was passed on February 2nd would take effect, and face mask usage would still be required in the city and the county of Eau Claire. Currently, the vaccine effort is the top priority for the group going forward. There was some positive news since the last update with a third vaccine, that's a single-dose vaccine from Johnson & Johnson being approved. Shipments of those are planned for in Wisconsin in our area. And with that, I will, if Health Director Deasy is on the phone, she has additional details with the vaccine effort.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Ms. Deasy, good afternoon.
Thank you, City Council President Weld, and certainly am available to answer questions, but I'll give you a very quick update about vaccination. There is a lot going on and certainly could take a significant amount of time sharing all those details, but do know that the COVID-19eauclaire.org website does continue to have a vaccination tab that shows all of the vaccinators in Eau Claire County that are providing vaccine and how to access them. So do know that that remains regularly updated. It is those sites, including all of our healthcare partners, the health department, pharmacies that are providing vaccine that have potentially available appointments. It also includes information about the currently eligible groups. So that is the place to go for that kind of information, kind of a one spot to gather that. At this point, we continue to have less vaccine coming into Eau Claire County than what the capacity is. So all of those vaccinators are asking for more vaccine than what they're receiving currently. But as Dave said, as Mr. Solberg said, we are expecting that that will start to improve with more vaccine availability. We are getting Johnson & Johnson vaccine into Eau Claire County. We do not have yet a firm idea of volume of vaccine or date of that arriving, but we will have all three vaccine types available in this community shortly, as soon as this weekend. We're waiting to hear more information about that today or tomorrow. We also have good vaccination rates in Eau Claire County. So I just want to name that the vaccinators in this community are working hard. They're working together. It's not simple. It's been a complicated process. And everybody is really doing a lot of communicating and really putting a lot of effort into trying to get information out. It's imperfect, as is any effort when there's a lot of scarcity. But I think the group is doing well. We are at now 21.4% of our Eau Claire County population that's received at least one vaccine. And we are at 69.9% of our 65 and older population that's received at least one dose of vaccine. So really good news. And the 21% of the population is all of our population in Eau Claire County, so all 104,000 people. And really about 20% of that population can't get vaccinated because they're under the age of 16. So when you look at the webpage, you'll see that, you know, the 21% doesn't account for that. but it does show that on the frame of the information that's available, that there is a percent of our population that is not yet able, because of age, to get a vaccine at all based on the vaccines that are available. Health Department and Incident Command are working together really closely to do mass vaccination clinics with the vaccine supply that we are directly receiving. And we continue to ask for significant volume of vaccine. We've been getting about 500 doses a week or so. Some weeks less, 300 to 500 doses. And we've been doing those mass vaccination locations at North High School, Memorial High School in Augusta, and we'll be doing a site this week in Fall Creek as well. So we're trying to, with the small amount of vaccine we're getting, we're trying to make it easily available to residents. We're doing a lot of messaging to all different groups that are currently eligible to make sure that they know that they are eligible. The target population right now is childcare and K-12 educators. This week, we are additionally adding in the CVTC and UW Eau Claire educators. So a lot is happening in that arena, and we're prepping for the arrival of Johnson & Johnson so we can get that out to the other eligible groups that are currently named. Health Department priority is city and county government workers that are currently eligible, and our congregate settings where we have higher risk populations. We are particularly working to focus on those groups, as well as some of our food distribution groups that are particularly targeting individuals that have specific barriers or challenges. So the food pantries, the meal sites, those types of places. So we're doing some specific work to target messaging there, but all of our vaccinators together are making sure that everybody that is currently eligible knows that and knows how to get an appointment. As we get more vaccine, we hope that we will quickly make it possible to get all of those people through. The state has been rapidly changing their resources available. So the state website continues to be an important resource. And we were noticed this afternoon, for example, that their data page will be changing probably today or tomorrow. Updates around cases and active cases will be changing a bit. So there's a lot of moving parts even with that. So I, again, would encourage City Council members to make sure that the COVID-19 Eau Claire website is a resource that you go to. Our call center is a place, if people can't get information, that they really use that for not only general COVID-19 information, but also specific support in signing up for vaccination clinics if people need that. And with that, I guess I will pause and respond to questions. Again, many, many other efforts are happening to engage across the community, both around keeping disease spread slow, given variant strains of COVID-19 circulating widely now, and around vaccination.
Thank you, Ms. Keezy. Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you, Council President Weld, and good afternoon to our citizens and to our colleagues in city staff. Thank you, Ms. Giese, for your update. I think this is a positive thing in the fact that I have not tuned into your most recent press releases on Thursday. They're valuable, and also it's nice to know that things are not as bad as they have been. And so it's like I, as a council member and as a citizen, I feel like I can worry a little bit less about it because we're trending in a good direction. So that's a compliment. I'm wondering about the county and the city county expectations document with, the trend line as it is. Do you anticipate that being updated? And if you share that at a Thursday event, I'm sorry, I have not heard it, but that's a good thing. So anyway, would love to hear your guidance and what you envision with that document as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Emmanuel. The expectations document is on the website and as referenced has not changed since end of January now. It is updated to be framing for individuals, for public spaces, and for mass gatherings. And so we are in active conversation about a pivot related to that document. Most communities are trying to figure out what the best next step frame is. And our focus right now is really on as we get vaccination levels up and as our case numbers are down, how do we support our businesses and our event planners in thinking through the longer term mitigation strategies? How do they really think about things like making sure that people have ways to participate if they aren't feeling well, if it's an event, so they don't feel obligated to come to an event. Working on things like group size does make a difference if you can't socially distance, and that is a challenge. So we're walking through some of those pieces. A new document on our website now is a mass gathering planning tool that we are sharing broadly in the community. That tool is really guiding what we are seeing as the next steps in that expectation document. So events that are happening are guided through a series of questions and then meet for technical assistance to support best practices moving forward. And that likely will be the pivot that you'll see next with our document, is really moving more fully into that space.
Thank you, Ms. Geezy. Councilmember Clinkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Geezy, regarding the CDC announcement regarding mask wearing for people that have received their vaccinations, does that impact the city's position or the health department's position on mask wearing at all?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Klinkhammer. The CDC did announce yesterday, and the state told us today at 2 o'clock that they will be adopting the CDC guidance on this. But the guidance really has shifted to those individuals that are fully vaccinated, and the definition of fully vaccinated is 14 days after your final dose of vaccine. So for a single dose vaccine, that's 14 days after you get it. For the 2-dose series, it would be, again, measuring after your second dose, 14 days. But those individuals that are fully vaccinated are now, per CDC and shortly per Wisconsin, to be considered safe to be interacting without a mask and in close contact in, again, very specific circumstances. So that guidance does not change the public spaces recommendations and requirements from CDC, and it doesn't change the mask gathering. So current mask face covering order from the state is really specific to those spaces where wearing a mask will continue to be recommended by CDC. It's really in more specific small family situations, a grandparent with grandchildren that don't live with them, for example, or a small group of vaccinated friends that get together. In those situations, the CDC is saying a mask is not required, distance is not required. The public spaces and the mass gatherings, it is still considered required.
Any other questions from council? Ms. Geezy or Mr. Solberg? And I do not see. Thank you again, both of you, for your leadership through all of this. We will move on to our consent agenda. Do council members have any questions regarding the consent agenda or wish to remove any of the items for separate consideration? Seeing none, a motion by Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, the consent agenda has been moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Eaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Jefferson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Prager,
Aye.
Linkhammer,
Aye.
Lore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have one proclamation today in recognition of Employee Appreciation Day. And we have a couple of staff members from the city of Eau Claire, a couple of our great employees that help take care of the building and grounds for the city of Eau Claire and City Hall. And Chris and Lori, I want to welcome you both for here this afternoon, and certainly appreciate your service for the city of Eau Claire and for everybody that you get to be a part of and reach out to in every day. And then also we have from Parks and Rec, Mr. John Lofgren. And again, we welcome you here as well. So I'll share the proclamation, and then Mr. Lofgren, if you wish to share some comments afterwards, that would be welcomed. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas March marks 1 year since the first case of COVID-19 was reported in Eau Claire. And whereas the early days of the pandemic was full of confusion, questions, and worry about how we would find our way through and slow its spread. And whereas limiting interactions in public was desired to slow the spread of the virus, some things simply had to continue. Grocery stores needed to be stocked, hospitals needed to treat the sick, vital infrastructure needed to be maintained. And whereas people everywhere came together with creativity and a can-do spirit to make it happen by creating the devices and systems we use to safeguard each other. And as the weeks passed, this crisis brought to sharp focus the fact that all things are connected and all jobs are needed. From the person stocking the shelves, to the train engineer and the truck driver that hauled the load, to the people on loading docks that filled the truck, social workers, bus drivers, electricians, plumbers, veterinarians, farmers, teachers, postal carriers, child care workers, custodians, and mechanics. Volunteers who sewed masks, they donated, accountants and payroll staff that processed the paychecks, and the IT professionals who kept us all connected as so many of us moved to doing business online. Now, therefore, I, Terry Weld, President of the Eau Claire City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby with great, deep appreciation recognize and celebrate March 5th, 2021 as Employee Appreciation Day, and encourage everyone to say a simple thank you the next time you encounter someone at their job. And I also encourage everyone to take a moment to acknowledge their own work and contribution to our society as an employee. All employees make important contributions that deserve to be recognized. Chris and Lori, again, thank you for your service to the city of Eau Claire. And John, if I could give you this, and you're welcome to share a few words.
All right, thank you. Thank you, President Weld. I would just like to say, through this tough time, people all over the city have kept things running, and I think it just goes to show, what this community is made of, and that we'll survive, and we'll be better because of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with our business agenda. Agenda item number 14 is a resolution granting a surrender and transfer of the combination Class B intoxicating liquor and fermented malt beverage license to Double W LLC, doing business as Princeton Valley at 2300 West Princeton Avenue. Allison Wire is the agent. Good afternoon, Ms. Stromberger.
Good afternoon, thank you. So this is a surrender and transfer of the combination Class B license at Princeton Valley Golf Course and Clubhouse. As for the specific operations that are going to occur there, the applicant has planned to have licensed bartenders on site at all times that alcohol is being served. They plan to observe all COVID-19 restrictions and guidelines that might be in place, and they will not permit any underage drinking, even if a parent is present. Because of the location that this golf course is at in an R1 zoning district, the clubhouse has to operate in the golf course by conditional use, and they have to be primarily operating as a golf course and clubhouse. Taverns are not a permitted use in an R1 district. So the hours of operation, they can't be the full extent that you would usually see with a combination Class B license. They can't be open until the 2 a.m. or 2:30 hours that go along with that license. So closing hours, as proposed by the applicant, are generally going to be around 10 p.m. And for special events, they would potentially be open until about midnight, but no service will take place any later than that. So that's what I have as a brief presentation for you. I can take any questions, and planning is on the call as well if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Ms. Stromberger. Is there any questions from council? And I do not see any. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I will be supporting this license to the new owners of Princeton Valley Golf Course. I think you all have I've been in contact with the neighborhood association. They are supporting of this license. I know that the neighborhood association has been in contact with the new owners, and they've already talked several times. I posted on the neighborhood Facebook page asking for any concerns about having a liquor license in the neighborhood, even though the neighborhood is used to that, and I haven't gotten any negative feedback at all. In fact, positive. People are looking forward to supporting the small business in the neighborhood once again, and they recognize that while it's mostly a golf course, the liquor license will help make sure the golf course can be successful in restaurant. So just want to give further background information.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Any other discussion in regards to agenda item number 14? And seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beeson,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 15 is final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on King Road, Folsom Street to State Highway 312. This item was postponed from the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. Ms. Ness, do you have any additional information to share with us this afternoon?
Yes, I have been in touch with the golf course, and we have discussed the assessments related to their property. They're working on addressing those and are ready to move forward with the with the process related to the assessments, and they do support the project moving forward. I did speak with them today, and then I believe that staff also spoke with the church as well to explain the sewer service ordinance and requirement of hooking up within a 1-year time frame once the services are available to the property owner. So they're under that understanding as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Are there any questions for Ms. Ness? Matt Nazzini, thank you. On a motion by Council Vice President Emmanuel, seconded by Councilor McGregor, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I just want to thank staff for patiently and completely delivering information to constituents along King Road. There were some exceptions that were just confusing, but to find their way through the ordinances and building that relationship with staff, I think that people felt that they were prepared for us to support this road improvement. But thank you so much for this extended service to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other discussion in regards to Kane Road? I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 16 is a final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on Omaha Street, Star Avenue to McDonough Street. This item was postponed from the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. Again, good afternoon, Ms. Ness.
Good afternoon. I did have one question today that I thought was pertinent or a good question related to this project. We had an individual ask, when was the last time this stretch of Omaha was assessed for improvements and what were those improvements? And in 1985, there was spot curb and gutter and spot sidewalk repair and approach repair completed on the project. So 1985 was the last time that this stretch of Omaha Street from Star Avenue to McDonough was assessed.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Are there any questions from council? And I do not see any. On a motion done by Councilmember Klinkhammer and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President Weld. And I would like to make a motion to postpone this item until for 1 year.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Worthman to postpone for 1 year. Is there a second?
I'll second. Berge.
I'm sorry, was that Council Vice
I'm
President?
sorry.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Berge.
Yep.
As seconded. Councilmember Worthman, did you wish to speak to this postponement?
Thank you, Council President. So I have received a number of calls on this item from the churches that represent the cemetery there. There's a coalition of 6 different churches that oversee the cemetery. And, you know, they have really said that at roughly $100,000 assessment, they financially just can't do that right now I think they said that, you know, the amount of income that they bring in on the cemetery is very, very minimal. They're barely just able to keep up that space. And so for two reasons, I think one, we ought to consider looking at our assessment policy when it comes to uses that are more of a public good. And I would consider a cemetery to be of such a use. You know, they're not making a profit off of it. There is no resale value on a cemetery. You know, I think of it more as a public good. And I would like us to consider that in, you know, potentially bringing the assessment policy forward this coming year. The second thing is, and one of the gentlemen who talked to me from this group mentioned, is that we're likely to see, you know, there could be a small increase in costs. And I think that's the big downside to pushing it a year. But that we're likely to see in this coming stimulus package that is likely to pass this week, actually some aid from the federal government for local governments like Eau Claire. And so, you know, I think looking at our finances, hopefully we're able to see some more infrastructure dollars and support coming in, you know, in the coming months, and that can offset, you know, I think a real but small increase that we would see by postponing this for 1 year. But my, you know, my feeling is that with the cemetery on the south side, being potentially that road being potentially redone next year, that we should get this policy right. And I think it's worth us taking the time to look at it.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Is there any other discussion around the postponement? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. And actually, maybe I'll start, I know I missed with a question of staff, though I don't know if Ms. Ness is, but she might have the answer. But I'm wondering about, because I have talked with Mr. Green twice on the phone now. He reached out, and he brought up something. So I just wanted clarification from staff about what happens if and I don't know what it would be, a cemetery owner cannot continue to upkeep the cemetery. Does it go back to the city? Is there a state statute surrounding that?
It is my understanding that there is a statute to that, and maybe the city attorney can provide more information related to that, but you're correct. As my understanding is the same, that there is some clause that the city would be required to operate and maintain, or at least maintain the cemetery if the association were to dissolve.
City Attorney Nick.
Certainly, I think largely a discussion for another day, since we're talking special assessments today, not you know, cemeteries dissolving or choosing to take the very drastic measure of closing operations. But there is a perpetual care concept there that at least minimal maintenance, if not done by the private owner anymore, would become a municipal function. So that, again, there is a state statute to that effect. Certainly wouldn't be the same type of operation. And again, something we'd have to look at it another day if and when it happened, but there is an issue there, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Councilmember Clint-Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be supporting this motion. And it's for the very simple reason that there are other people that are going to be impacted by this street project. The individual entities, the individual churches, if I read the article correctly, none of them are going to be assessed more than about $25,000, and they have 10 years to pay it. So a couple $100 a month per entity, I don't think should be grounds enough, considering what the cost would be and the inconvenience to be delaying it a year for all the citizens of Eau Claire, plus the residents that live on that street, to get this project done. I just don't think it calls for it. And the other thing is, I don't think that the churches are going to be in any better situation a year from now than they are now. So let's do the project, get the street done.
Thank you, Councilmember McCann. Any other discussion in council? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I guess it's maybe more of a question, but I think Councilmember Worthman referenced another street on the south side that'll be redone next year. Is that the South Hastings Way project? And I guess my question would be about. I mean, it's an entirely other item, I guess, but what exactly is proposed to be gained by the year of delay? Is it changing the policy for assessments on cemeteries? Is that what I'm gathering?
Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, that is the intent. Obviously, I think we've had other discussions about our assessment policy. So, without going into that, I think there's a number of things that could be looked at that are beyond cemeteries. But that would certainly be one that I would hope we would visit over the next year.
Thank you. Councilmember John.
Thank you. I guess this is a question for Councilmember Worthman or Ms. Ness. With this project, I mean, how sure are we? Let's talk about finance. Looking at this, we have a budget for this year, and if we are going to move it to next year, is that going to impact the way that the budget looks? And then I know you're hoping, Councilmember Worthman, that the package that would potentially be passed this week would have some dollars to support this. How likely, I mean, my question is how likely and how big of an impact by delaying this would it have?
Ms. Ness?
I can speak to a couple of the items in question. The anticipated increased costs in the project could range approximately 5 to 10% for the overall project. If you delay the project a year, delaying the project a year would impact the street construction for the overall Omaha Street, as we were anticipating to complete the western section next year, which I don't think we want to I don't think we have enough time to do the entire street section within this one summer construction season. So we'd need to break that into another section. The last item related to budgeting is that we do currently have funds available for lead service line replacement and reimbursement for that through a grant process. And I would need to look further into that grant process to determine if that would be eligible at a later date or when that grant ends.
Councilmember Workman, did you have additional?
Yeah, Council President, I just wanted to follow up on that because I have been told that a year-to-year increase in cost is usually 1 to 3%, somewhere in the range of inflation, not 5 to 10%, which is obviously a whole lot more. So I just want to clarify that on a year-to-year, when we look at capital budgets, looking back over the last decade, that in fact, it is a 5 to 10% increase over a year.
I guess speaking internally today regarding the cost of prices, we would anticipate that I believe this project was it was estimated at just under at 1.9 million. We were anticipating that it would be over 2 million, and a 5% increase. Just looking at the major bid items within the project are typically related to fuel increases and the gas prices for hauling, and then the asphalt within the surface of the project. That's one of the major bid items related to this project. So our thought was 5% is a typical increase, 10% being conservative. I would estimate that would be high, but.
Councilmember Lohr.
Thank you, President Wells. I am not supporting postpone this project at this moment. If anticipating that we will be cost more postponed until next year, I think that the assessment for the cemetery would not be any beneficial to the that we postpone since it will cost for the city. So I am going now. We're not going to support this postpone. So just I think that we were affecting all the residents in that area at the same time. So I think that we need to get this project done this year. The sooner is better for us because we're looking to save money for other projects for the future. So I don't think that we postpone until next year will be a good idea. So just put this out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. Council Vice President Emanuel.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I have probably a two-part question, and I think the first part is directed to staff. As I understand from Councilmember Worthman that this project may qualify for federal funds, I'm wondering if this project was approved, if they would qualify for federal funds as we go forward. The second part is, has a financial hardship been communicated by the affected audiences? And if so, is there a way that they can plead for maybe some forgiveness or some deferral of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Mr. Solberg.
Thank you. Good questions, Council Vice President Emanuel. The first question was the federal funds. We don't know what is going to be approved yet. It is before the House of Representatives currently. And then the interpretation of the broad stimulus that's coming out will be put on what is available for what kind of project. So we don't have certainty on that yet, but with our special assessment policy, where we do have other federal funds that come into our projects, like Jeffers Road and South Hastings Good Frontage Road. Melvin Street is another example. The city and the special assessment policy levies special assessment equally to all projects, whether they're receiving federal funds or not for those projects. And it was done that way, and it's been done that way for years, even predates myself and Ms. Neff, to try and keep the distribution of costs even throughout the community, so everybody's paying a fair share. in with the American Recovery Act, I believe is the name of it. The special assessment policy would be applied uniformly and it wouldn't affect the special assessment. I don't know if there would be other portions where churches would receive financial assistance for other operations, like businesses may receive assistance. So that may help offset their, some of their financial difficulties that they've been experiencing, which would make them more financially stable or able to pay for an assessment. But as far as if those funds came in and we used those funds to pay for all of our streets, if our special assessment policy was applied uniformly, it wouldn't affect that. The council always has the right and the ability to defer from the special or deviate from the special assessment policy, but it's been pretty rare in the past. The second, I forget the second question. Apologize.
That's okay. My favorite 4-year-old had just woken up from his nap and was trying to get his mom's attention. So it seemed like I was speaking incoherently. That's true. I totally was. But he just wanted to say hi and then he ran away. So that's good. And is being cared for by his father. So he's not being neglected. So the second part was really around conversations with the impacted, really the churches. So I haven't had these conversations, and I would probably look more toward Councilmember Berge or Worthman, who have had these conversations of, if you look at how Councilmember Klinkhammer, outlined the financial prospects, of kind of splitting up, about $2,500, for a year over 12 payments, that is a couple $100 a month. Just wondering if maybe any other council member who spoke with them might have some further insight, because I can see both sides and I want to make sure I'm understanding information as I make a decision. Thank you.
Council President, would I be able to respond to that?
Certainly.
So unfortunately, as outlined in our memos, the churches do not qualify for the hardship provisions. And in terms of the amount that we're talking about, I believe it is the case, and maybe Ms. Ness can correct me if I'm wrong, but that one of the churches has a burden that's over $40,000. One alone. It's not all of the parcels are the same size in the cemetery for these 6 churches. And so that's a lot. And the gentleman that I talked to who leads this consortium of churches who oversee the cemetery said that they had buried fewer than 20 people last year, and that their income was in something like the single digits of thousands. So they're really not, this is just not a profitable enterprise. They can't sell the land at any point in the future, so they don't see the benefits that you might if it was a business or a home, and you could reap some of that further on down the road by realizing the property value increase. They can't realize that property value increase. So to me, with a $40,000 tag on one of the churches, and you just don't plan for that. And these churches said that they're in a situation where they can't afford that. So it's, unfortunately, they fall in a category where they can't apply for the normal kinds of alleviation that other businesses or individuals can apply for. They're in a special category where they can't meet those. And that's why I'm asking that we consider this policy, especially because we're going to be seeing another cemetery likely. And the other point regarding the funding is just that, I brought that up, not that it would apply to this project specifically, but that it would overall, if passed, help our funding as a city going forward. And I think that's relevant too, as we look down the road. So that's why I'm bringing this forward. I had a chance to speak with 3 different individuals from the churches, including the organizer of this consortium, and they're asking for this, and and myself, Councilmember Berge, are really trying to represent that and share the concern that they have.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Klinkhammer, did you have another comment?
I do, but I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Workman, did you have? Councilmember Klinkhammer, if I could get you to lower your hand, please. Thank you. Any other discussion? City Attorney Nick.
Thank you. Before you called the question, I just wanted to clarify with the mover and seconder if they literally mean 1 year or until the next construction season. If we would postpone it a full 12 months until 3/9/22, we're getting late in your street and utilities review. So that certainly is an option you have. Otherwise, if your intent is simply to next review it in the 2022 construction season, you may want to clarify that, in which case we would bring it back with other street projects first reviewed by you all in a work session typically held in January.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Councilmember Workman.
Yeah, Council President, that was the intent of it, to be in the next construction season.
All right, thank you. Councilmember John.
Thank you so much, Council President. I guess this question is for Councilmember Worthman and Councilmember Berge. I guess my question is, it's an opinion based, but how likely are the financial situation of the churches going to look like a year from now if we postpone it? And what if the federal dollars does not support this?
I don't know if anyone can predict or forecast, what financial situations would be, for the churches. I think it would be a challenge to estimate. I don't know if Ms. Ness or anyone else from staff has any insight there.
Council President, could I answer that?
Sure, Councilmember Workman.
Yeah, so the intent of this is not that, the intent of this postponement assumes that the financial situation of the churches will be the same next year, but that we would look at our policy on assessment. And for example, my hope would be in situations where there's, an organization providing a public good such as this, we might consider a lower percentage of assessment. So that's the intent of this, not to say that they will financially be more secure in a year.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to see, to know what the impact of this postponement would come out to be. So appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember John. Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and appreciate the work that is being done to look at the options here. I kind of leaning against postponing though, because I think ultimately, it has been a long time since this road has been redone, and it sounded like it was almost more of a spot repair approach before, and it kind of shows. It's a important bicycle route in the city. Like, there's really no alternative to take Birch Street because that's just too dangerous. So I think I'd like to see this road move forward, but if it doesn't, that's fine too. I mean, I think I actually might at that juncture try to push for a bicycle boulevard concept, because we haven't really done that type of street design yet, and I think having an extra year would actually help us explore some options on how to do more traffic calming and some creative things with some of the intersections. I also I think in general that any property owner we should have an expectation that property owners like plan for these types of expenses. And actually the fact that the cemetery is owned by so many different entities is fortunate, in terms of bringing the cost down per entity. The lowest one that I'm reading in the paper is 31,000, or the highest one is $31,587. And that, essentially they haven't been assessed for 35 years, 36 years for anything, and haven't been, had to pay property taxes, things like that. It's, obviously I do think that cemeteries are, something that the public tends to appreciate and can use, even if it is a private cemetery. But I don't know, it's just kind of a hard one for me. I think, yeah, since the cost is kind of distributed among so many different entities, it doesn't seem to be as big of a concern for me, but just wanted to think out loud a little bit in front of everyone. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor McGregor. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. This question, I think, is maybe for Mr. Nick, our city attorney, although it's more in the finance side. I would defer to whoever on city staff would answer this. If council was able to make a policy, let's say effective sometime in 2021, does council have the purview to make it apply retroactively? So in the hypothetical situation, this gets approved today. If a policy were made, we can retroactively make adjustments. That's my question. I'm not sure who would answer that.
City Attorney Nick.
Yes, thank you. Good question, forcing me to go back to my law school years, but the ex post facto law concept of law after the fact are not absolutely impossible, but strongly disfavored. So the answer is likely not. You couldn't retroactively make a change. Also, one of your other larger challenges here, even if we do it prospectively, is the requirement that interim city manager Solberg referenced earlier that much like your general tax levy, your special assessments need to be uniform, fairly applied, and specifically cannot exempt out tax exempts or religious institutions. There is some potential, we'd have to research it more on, cemeteries, regardless whether they're, sectarian or otherwise. But there is a requirement. The choice is entirely yours whether to do the project and whether to have an assessment policy or whether to use general tax levy. But once you choose to use special assessments, there's a requirement of doing it on a broad-based, fair, uniform basis. And then certainly prospectively and not the ex post facto after the fact change of rules.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to clarify, I understand that organizations are not included in the as eligible for any kind of hardship assistance, but I just wanted to confirm, are they still able to make a monthly payment for 10 years, or is that part of the hardship package? And that might be a question for staff.
Thank you. Good question. It's actually a yearly payment on their property taxes for 10 years. So they wouldn't receive a month ago, but it would be broken into installments at a yearly increment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember John, do you have a question? Councilmember John? No? Okay.
sorry, I took my hand down. I forgot.
All right, thank you. Yeah. I guess if I could share some thoughts, obviously a challenging discussion and a difficult decision. And I've had discussions as well with some of the members of the church groups, and certainly I've heard their concerns and certainly understand them as well. As I look ahead, though, I feel like there's a responsibility to all the property owners on Omaha Street that will see this delayed, both the first phase and the second phase, in which case will result more than likely in additional costs to them. This next year and then the following year, that second phase will also have to be rebid and not rebid, but at least planned and prepared for, with the idea that those costs will also go up in which will be 2023. And so I want to be mindful of them. I mean, everybody, whether it's $100 or $500, it's a lot of money for people, and I think that it's important that everyone is being represented and being thought of here in this decision. Certainly, if we were to adopt a policy that exempted cemeteries, again, there is a cost there still to replace that role in the South Hastings project, and I'm not sure how many other privately held cemeteries there are, but that work will still need to be paid for. That money would then come out of the general fund, to cover that, cost for that section that is not being assessed. And, again, that's $100 or $200 or $300,000 that we could use to meet the needs of our community and do good things with. So I feel like that, and I'm optimistic that our churches can make this work. And I sympathize and I understand, and I want to be compassionate in that regard, but at the same time, I want to be responsible to the majority of the property owners that also will feel the effects of this postponement, and I don't think that is fair for them. So, if there's any other discussion from council, I do not see any. Again, in regards to the postponement, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson? No. Emmanuel?
No.
Rager?
No.
Klinkhammer?
No.
Lohr?
No.
Wells?
No.
Worthman?
Aye.
Zhang?
No.
Anderson?
No.
Ethan?
No.
Berge?
Aye.
And that motion fails on a vote of 2-9.
Thank you. Agenda item number 16. Agenda item number 17 is a final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on Wildwood Court.
Point of order.
We have to go back.
I'm sorry, we still are at the original motion. So back to, yes, again, the original motion of levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on Omaha Street. Are there any questions in regards to that for city staff? I believe I've already moved this. Is that correct? All right. Is there any discussion around the agenda item number 16 in Omaha Street? Any discussion from council? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel?
Aye.
Rager?
Aye.
Linkhammer,
Aye.
Lord,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
No.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And that passes on a vote of 10-1.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to agenda item number 17. Final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on Wildwood Court, Woodward Drive to the north end. This item was postponed from the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. Ms. Ness, do you have any additional information to share with us this afternoon?
No additional information.
Very good. Are there any questions from council in regards to this agenda item? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Ness, thank you again for all of your work on this. And I just wanted to confirm a couple of things from our conversation yesterday. And the first is that the next opportunity we would have to revisit this would probably be in about 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct. The next time that we would look at this street is when the pavement rating is at a low enough level that we would need to address the surface of the street, or if there are continued utility needs or improvements that we would need to address. And we anticipate that a typical time frame would be about 10 years out. It could be longer with this street being low traffic volume.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I do not see any. The motion done by Councilmember Workman, seconded by Councilmember Zhang. This item is moved. Is there any discussion? I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gregor,
Aye.
Linkhammer,
Aye.
Lore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 18 is the final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on the following streets. Riverview Drive from the North Boat Launch to 2,700 feet west of Airport Road, and Key Street from Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue. If council does not have any objections, I will split these into two separate question and discussion items. And we'll look at Riverview Drive from North Boat Launch to 2,700 feet west of Airport Road first. Ms. Ness, do you have any additional information you wish to share in regards to this project?
Yes, yesterday I did not include the information regarding utility breaks that we had provided at the first public information meeting. If we move forward, I provided a slide showing that there have been several utility breaks along Riverview Drive in this section, and that is one of the driving factors of addressing this portion of the roadway this year. Is there's 2, 4, 6, 8 utility breaks that we've had to address within the last few years. So one of the additional factors why we're bringing this project forward at this time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ness. Are there any questions for Ms. Ness in regards to Riverview Drive from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Ms. Ness, I wanted to check in on the speed limit of this corridor, and if you could maybe walk us through the current speed limits and then also what would be proposed for after the project, or if there would be some sort of speed study done after the project, given that it's possible speeds will change, and maybe the safety will change as a result of having a more improved surface and different widths of the road and things like that.
So currently Riverview Drive is posted 35 miles per hour to approximately Donna Court. And then as we get into the I'm going northbound, 35 miles per hour on the southern portion of the project. And as we approach Donna Court in the more residential area, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour through that portion of the project. We can revisit the speed limits. We do a number of field observations and data collection when we review a speed limit and recommend either keeping it the same, lowering it, or increasing it. So that's something that it is possible to complete after the project is completed.
I guess I have a follow-up question to that, if that's all right.
Certainly, go ahead.
If parking were added on one side, of a 30-foot road, would you typically have that be a factor as to the speed limit?
Yes, there's multiple factors when you look at the speed limits going through neighborhoods. If there's parking on the sides of the road, if there's bus stops, the type of land uses, the distance setback of buildings on the street, a number of factors. So yes, that would be factored into the speed study.
Okay, thank you.
Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Council President Weld. Deputy City Engineer Ness, wondering if you can speak, just help me understand this water main break significance a little bit more, of just the significance of how I could be considering this information in context of the project. All I know about it is I want it to work when I put my faucet on, but that's my limitations.
We've been pretty fortunate this winter to not have a very hard frost and lots of cold temperatures. So we did not see as many breaks throughout the city as what we have in the past few winters. But to continue to service this through another winter, potentially, if it were not improved, I would anticipate that we could have some additional issues out here that we would be visiting utility breaks and repairing during the winter. So additional maintenance. Just moving forward by doing the utility replacements through the project area and doing the upgrades, we would eliminate the potential of that maintenance improvement that we would have to do if the project were delayed for some reason.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. This is probably obvious, although I'll ask since I'm here. If the project moved forward, regardless of sidewalks or parking, if the project as a whole moved forward, this would address this concern.
Correct. Yep. Utilities will be reconstructed with the project as planned.
Okay. So if sidewalks are delayed or parking something else happens with parking, this would still be taken care of and addressed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Berkey.
Thank you, Council President. I guess I wanted to bring up the delay as well. I know last night we heard people wanting a delay of this project. However, you just brought up some good information, Ms. Ness, about the quality of the utility right now, and it sounds like, and I think having walked through that area plenty of times the road is quite distressed and needs, I think, improvements sooner than later. And then I think it does need to be done this summer. And I wrote you an email, I know, but just the timeline of it still hasn't been bid out, this project. And it sounded like from your email that there was still some finishing touches you had to put on the designs and get it ready for the bid out. And then we need to hear back. And then we're still shooting for a June construction start date. So in the interest of delaying it, it sounds like that would make that whole process difficult. It's kind of a weird question, but hopefully you understand what I'm asking.
Yes, so as we bring projects forward to council and we show you the fill drawings, that's really the surface of what you'll see when the product is finished, but we still have the design of the utilities, the design of the lift station, determining what size pipes and elevations should be maintained through the project, looking at grades and drainage. So there's still a lot of design left in this project to move this forward and get the information all into one package for bid. If the project were delayed, that pushes that bid date out. So right now we're trying to have everything put together by the end of April so we can award the project in early June, which would allow construction or a contractor to start mid-June with this project, which aligns well with the release of school and summer break and completing the project before school starts again.
Any other questions? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. Well, Ms. Ness, I just need to express my confusion, particularly as to when to ask this question. Last night, the presentation was wonderful. The public hearing was great. We got to hear a lot of different perspectives. One thing that I did not see as an option, so I'm going to ask you to say why this is really a bad thought, but there was parking, yes, and safety, yes. Is there a possibility that there could be just the street widened for parking on both sides and no sidewalk for that area between, where was it, that the road's really narrow?
At Hickory Lane North?
Yes, to the curve, just to get the bare minimum of safety in streets, and people could be, if there's nobody parking there, they could be walking at the curve. Is that feasible or not feasible?
I guess looking at the comprehensive plan for the city and the bicycle and pedestrian plan, typically on a collector route, we would provide sidewalk on both sides of the street. And a collector roadway sometimes has parking, sometimes it does not. With the feedback from the neighborhood, we really tried to balance the use of the right-of-way to minimize the impact that it would have on the residents and the green space that is near these homes. So our original information that we heard was that parking was not of concern, but as the assessments were sent out to the property owners after the second public information meeting, we really started hearing back from the residents that parking was concerned. They need the on-street parking. It just was not enough time to make that change and present that all to council ahead of time. So there's ways to provide parking with the layout. As mentioned, we could add 4 feet to the proposed face-to-face width and maintain that 34-foot width through the entire project, and that would allow for parking on one side. The sidewalk is a connectivity factor and a safety factor that we added based on what we heard from the survey, and then also the long-range plans of the city moving forward. But it is an alternative that council can discuss.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Any other questions from council in regards to Riverview Drive? I do not see any. Thank you, Ms. Ness. On a motion then by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Berkey.
Thank you, Council President. I do, well, maybe this is too quick, but I do have a motion for an amendment that I can wait to offer, or I can offer that now. Though, actually, maybe I should have asked this. If I could ask Ms. Ness, we had talked about it earlier, but I didn't think I got it in my inbox, so I might need help constructing the motion. And if you could send it to me, please.
Were we able to get that into the slide deck? I thought it might have been a possibility. There.
Oh.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Berkey before you, and I had agreed to second that motion. So I'll let Councilmember Berkey speak to the motion amending, and then we can open it up for discussion. Councilmember Berkey.
Thank you, Council President. So I've heard, well, I just want to commend, actually start there with the city engineering department has done a wonderful job with this project. They started with a public hearing, I think it might have been in January, and the first one, they didn't present a plan. Their ears were open. They wanted to listen to the neighborhood, which I think is an ideal way to gather public input. A lot of people were involved. I used pre-COVID would do in-person neighborhood meetings, and I would say this was just as populous as the in-person ones. So they offered feedback then. They offered feedback via telephone to call the engineering department. They said you can fill out the survey. So they offered lots of different avenues to give feedback, which I think is also important. Then the second meeting is when they presented the plan. So they were open as well.
Oh, it's looking like about another hour.
Thanks. So I've been hearing from the public since then, even before then. I held a neighborhood meeting pre-COVID about a year ago, and people were talking about sidewalks in this neighborhood already back then. So since it's come out, I've heard a mixture of concerns. Obviously, people want sidewalks, and some people don't want sidewalks. And I do think that there's valid points on all sides. But one thing that came up that was very strong was people wanting parking. And I've heard that too. I've heard parking concerns from last year along Riverview with people's boats and such, and with the cross-country meets at the wells. And so that has been clear that people want parking. So that was kind of my motivation to craft this, or like Ms. Ness crafted it, but this idea of sidewalks was a mixture of points all around, and people feel very strongly all around. But most people were in agreement of, well, everyone that I talked to wanted parking to be a part of that. So I thought this, in the nature of compromise, that this would be a good way forward. And then also I do think, you know, the engineering department heard the concerns about the sidewalks. And that is why, instead of putting sidewalks on both sides of the street, as our city policy says to do, they said they put it on one side of the street. So they already started with that compromise with the sidewalks, which I recognize as well. So again, in the spirit of compromise, this is what I am putting before you. So.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Berge. And if I could just add a little bit, and again, I appreciate certainly all the work that's gone into this and the engagement from our community and staff's time and council's time. You know, again, I feel that we need to continue with this idea that we need to provide safe passage through our neighborhoods and connecting our neighborhoods, and certainly the sidewalk assures us of that. An important part of any neighborhood is having that ability to feel safe while you're moving from one end to the other, and I think this does that. The parking, I think, is still important, you know, for a community to be able to have a place to park a vehicle, whether it's temporarily or for entertaining or whatever it may be. And I think that was a message that we heard from this neighborhood, that was important to them. We certainly want to make our streets safe as well, and part of this recommendation for this amendment was, you know, to include sharrows that would be placed on the road, again, there to remind the motorists of pedestrians and bicyclists, you know, on that street, and certainly hopefully calm the traffic and the speeds. And so we feel that is an option that I think meets the needs and requests of the community. And if for some reason it doesn't feel like it's working, and we have to come back later, you know, that's always an option too, or we could remove the parking and just put in a bike lane if that was, you know, what we feel we needed to do at a later date. So with that, if there's any other discussion, Councilmember Lohr.
Thank you, President Wolf. I thank you, Councilmember Berge, that brings this amendment forward. I am going to support this amendment because I think that this amendment will benefit compromise all the concern that we heard last night, and all the email that we got directly from the citizen in that area. So I think this will be compromise for everyone on that neighborhood. And I'm going to support this. And this is something that I keep in mind, that is make everyone happy. We as the elected official, this is what we had to do to our citizens in the community, that they had concern and what they wanted to be safety and convenient for a family member, or they live in there for, like we heard last night, that people are living there for more than 30 years, and they afraid to lose the parking space. So I think that this amendment is really good. I'm going to support, and will be beneficial to all the citizens in that area. So thank you, Council Member Berge, for your amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. Councilmember Jean.
Thank you, Council President. Are you able to hear me? Council President?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you able to hear me? I'm sorry.
If you could speak a little closer to the microphone, that would be really helpful, I think. Councilmember Jean?
Hello?
Councilmember Jean?
Council President, are you able to hear me? Hello?
We can hear you better, but yes, we can hear you now. It seems to be louder.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened to my speaker here, but I do want to take a moment to thank everybody who came out yesterday. I think we had a very thoughtful conversation. I am going to be in support. I'm so happy that we're able to come to a compromise and give a little. I think give a little. I think we give a little, and safety is key, and being able to protect the beautifulness of a neighborhood is also very important. And as we are able to compromise, I know one of the things that was also brought up, and it continues to be a mission of the council and the city, is to being able to not cut down as many trees. And I know we did get that. And then we got some innovative ideas yesterday that came through. Ms. Ness, is, I guess my question is, with the concerns of trees and pathways, are we able to make that happen, of having like the curved path? I think one of the citizen that came on to share her own experience about being innovative about how we build sidewalks and trails to avoid having to cut down large trees.
We are able to do that. A project that was recently completed in the last couple of years was the Keith Taft the Taft and I believe it was Keith Street area. Had meandering sidewalks, I would say, to go around trees as well. So looking to work with the homeowners on the location of the sidewalk and the impacts to what would be within the right of way in their property that they maintain.
Okay. And then I guess this is this is more of a learning question. Would we, by giving this proposal or this motion, do we need another motion to make sure that you are working with the homeowners in the way how we are trying to protect their trees?
Our staff has been working with people who have called in already, and we have their addresses. As the project moves forward, our inspector is out and can meet with the homeowners. It's a typical process of the project that we work through. We send out notices to the individuals, and if they have questions, the city engineering number is on there that they can call. And we mention things such as, how do you get your mail during construction, and what should I do about my irrigation system that is within the right of way, things along those lines. So it's a normal part of our process that we work through with each project.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Wells. I'm going to support this motion. Although I do also want to say that during the conversation last evening, I had some thoughts about this neighborhood, which has been clinging to that rural lifestyle for a long period of time, which means that you put up with a lot and you do without a lot. So one of their solutions of that trail meandering behind instead of along the roadway seems to be so appropriate to their way of being in the world, and it takes a longer view at how to arrive at connectivity, and it gives them more access to parking. So I really like the way that they were brainstorming, and maybe that trail will give them a different option later on. But for now, with this motion, I am able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld, and I want to thank staff and council members and community members that have really, worked through the issues here. Yeah, I think I'll be supporting this amendment. it does give me some hesitation to be widening the road, but it does, you know, because it is a unique part of the community. It has its unique character, and obviously a lot of people moved there for that reason, and this will change, you know, some of that. I do think, you know, that a more narrow road, as was designed before, would be able to preserve that. But since it was pretty clear that folks in the neighborhood did want to see on-street parking on one side, you know, for that northern section, like I think we should do that. I was able to take a walk and ride my bike in the neighborhood on Friday afternoon, and got to meet almost a dozen people, and I think there will be more people biking and walking in the neighborhood when this is done, because these sidewalks, even though there's some division on, you know, whether the sidewalk is needed, I think that people are going to realize that, like, hey, I can walk down to my neighbor's place much more easily now, and I think it could end up replacing some car trips that are currently occurring, or some kids will be able to walk to a friend's house instead of being driven, or people can walk at night more safely and even during the day. So when I was walking down the entire corridor, it felt like you were putting traffic to a halt as a pedestrian, because sometimes cars had to stop completely. And actually, in some ways, it was actually a good feeling as a pedestrian in some ways, because you're like, hey, like, I actually, like, traffic is looking out for me. But there are going to be times where people will not, and don't see the pedestrian. So I think from a safety standpoint, it is important to have that sidewalk. It's important to make sure we have a road that's wide enough to handle the variety of different needs for the neighborhood. I did check out the new section of the road over by Riverview Park, last fall in November, and took some pictures of people coming from the neighborhood with strollers on the narrow, crumbling road, trying to connect to the trail. And this is going to complete that. And I found that a lot of bicyclists were using the bike lanes, and more pedestrians were using the trail, and you have these big groups of people, and I think that'll only increase with this. I think it's probably a good balance ultimately. So I appreciate the work that went into this motion, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregg. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I am not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Christopherson, Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Back to the original resolution regarding Riverview Drive. Is there any discussion in regards to that with the amendment? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make another comment. I guess about, I have gone through Riverview, going to the park, but also doing long runs through there as well. It's hard to find long areas of running, and you end up on the north side a lot when you need to get your long runs in. But it's been a little while since I've been there. So last weekend, not the same day as Councilmember Gregor, I think the next day, I took the plans and started at the Island parking lot and walked up the airport road and back again, a nice 5-mile walk on a beautiful day. And just to, and with the plans, I was able to really get a good look at what was proposed. And a lot of times last night, safety got brought up, and I had the same experience that was it described last night, and what Councilmember Gregert said as well, that, cars would have to, if I was walking in the road and there were puddles, and 2 cars were coming, like, the traffic would come to a standstill, or I would hop on to someone else's lawn and I'd be walking in their lawn. And that happened numerous times, actually. And I saw other walkers there and bike riders and lots of cars. And I know it was a nice day, but it is a very busy and it's a beautiful area. And I think safety is really important. I know that people are going to be disappointed that there's sidewalks, and I understand that. But I think, my role as a city council representative is to also think of the common good. And I think safety is a really important common good quality. And it's important for us to think of the community members that use that area as well. And I just do not think it's safe right now. And again, yes, with children too, there's, I would not feel safe letting my children out, walking to the park, but with a sidewalk, I certainly would, young children So I just wanted to make a remark about that the importance of safety for our pedestrians and bikers, and also for all people, as we heard last night too. Not everyone, is able to walk, and some people use scooters and or some people use canes, and that makes a road travel even harder, as we heard. And I think it's important that our cities are built for everyone, not just those who can walk unassisted. So, I just wanted to share that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Councilmember Lohr.
Thank you, President Wells. I want to put a couple of remarks. I think that thank you to all the people who came out last night talking about it, and all the people that in that area that writing email to us concerned about not what sidewalk on their property. But I just want to be acknowledged that we get all your informations. But at the same time, we as a council member that we want to keep people in the community and especially in that neighborhood to be safe for everyone else. And then I think that we'll continue working with the staff to make sure that we put a sidewalk in both sides, and also people sidewalk go through some of the neighbor tree that they want to preserve. We will continue to see, we work closely with the family and to make sure that we can preserve their tree. And I think that as a knowledge now, safety will be our priority concern. I understand that a lot of people postpone against the sidewalk, but I think as a council member, I want to keep everyone safe. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. Councilmember Jean.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you all council members. I do want to, as we talk about sidewalk, I want to share a quick story and also know that I am empathizing with everyone and being able to really reflect. And when Councilmember Berge mentioned that we really do want to create a city that is meant for everyone, that it's inclusive, I could only, and we talk about sidewalk, growing up, I had no transportation, and being especially in high school when you don't drive and your parents didn't drive, walking was a form of transportation. And I know that as we care for our lawns, we do have students and we do have people who rely on walking. And I recall those days when I'm walking 4 or 5 miles as a high schooler, and having to walk on people's lawn, feeling uncomfortable because I didn't want people to come outside and yell at me because I'm on their beautiful lawn. But then I didn't feel safe walking on the streets too. And I can only imagine during the school days and during this summer, post COVID, that we'll have more people out, and we want our city to really look at these sidewalks, not only in these respective neighborhoods, but really throughout the city, and create these walking transportation, these safe paths. And I've been really thankful that our city has been putting trails and putting a safe way to transportation and thinking of everybody. So this is a great way for us to continue that work and to really think about how we build a more inclusive city. Not too long ago, I used to have to walk from Altoona to Eau Claire, and getting across that 53 was a nightmare. So I'm, as I'm thinking about walking right now and sidewalks, I'm thankful that we are going to be putting the sidewalk in for the greater good, and knowing that we're doing our neighbors and our communities and the citizens of Eau Claire a huge favor by allowing them to be able to access, whatever forms of transportation that is going to be safe for them. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember John. Any other discussion from council? In regards to Riverview, Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I guess I had a question about the turn in the road up on kind of the northern part of the project. My understanding is that it, on a turn of the road, there may be reasons to not allow parking, but I guess I just wanted to clarify if parking will be allowed given the increased width of the road due to the amendment, and kind of what the plan is with that, or if that's kind of something that the engineering department assesses after the vote or something. So I know that that's an area of concern for, I know that some of the neighbors I spoke with had particular concerns about parking, and they were right on that corner, so.
Sure. I believe Ms. Ness has some information on that to come.
Yes, as we get further into the design, we'll know the site distances at the intersections and along those curves, and we'll be able to determine if parking will be available or not along the curve. At this point in time, we're anticipating that approximately 200 to 260 feet to the northeast of the curve, there wouldn't be no parking, just to allow for sight distances from the intersection. And then a little bit south, about 60 feet to the south, would not allow parking for sight distance. But that's something that we look at each intersection with the projects.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember John, did you have another comment?
No, sorry about that.
No problem. Any other discussion from council in regards to Riverview Drive? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lord,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
Dawn,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. In regards to Key Street, from Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue, Ms. Ness, do you have any additional information in regards to that street project?
No additional information.
Are there any questions from council in regards to Keith Street? For Ms. Ness or staff? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Ms. Ness, I just wanted to check in and see if you've had any more communication with Memorial High School about their parking needs or about the potential uses of the parking on the west side of the street.
I was unable to discuss parking further with them today prior to the meeting. Our original discussions about parking were related to the overall neighborhood parking in Keith Street and then also events held at the auditorium and the need for on-street parking near the auditorium and the school.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Ness? I'm not seeing any. On a motion done by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I really appreciate the work that's gone into this project. I think in some ways it's fortunate that there's some significant amount of right-of-way to work with, at least on the southern end, but at the northern end it gets much trickier. And this is a regional bicycle route that is really the only, really significant, viable connection between the southern part of the city and the east side hill and ultimately the north side. And obviously there's been some improvements to State Street, but it still provides some difficulties, and Rudolph Road isn't, some of the crossings at Brackett are difficult. So one of the things that I would like to see with this project is bike lanes to go all the way through, as recommended by the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And due to some of the interest in maintaining parking, which I believe is restricted to 2-hour parking during the day anyway, on the northern end of the project, on the west side of the road, there could not be bike lanes as designed throughout the whole project. So I do actually have an amendment that would be in line with BPAC's recommendation. And so I'd like to introduce that, and maybe it's available to be put on the screen, but.
Council President, if I could be marked as the seconder on this amendment.
Certainly. We have a motion by Councilmember Gregor and a second by Councilmember Worthman. Mr. Gregor, Councilmember Gregor, did you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, please. Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Worthman. So this amendment essentially is pertaining to the section of the street that is mostly north of Memorial High School, from Rist Avenue to Goff Avenue. There is parking that remains on the west side, but ultimately it requires that the bike facilities be shared lanes. So this amendment changes that to have at least 5.5-foot bike lanes on both sides of the road, as opposed to just a 4-foot one on the east side of the road for northbound. And I can speak to some of the rationale a bit more here too, if that's all right.
Certainly.
Great. So, I mean, one of the things that we are trying to be cognizant about, obviously, is parking for the Memorial High School, but there are still, even under this proposal, 3 blocks of parking on the west side of Keith Street, all on the southern end, that are closer to that auditorium, which I think is the driver of some of that more evening parking that's that is used by folks in terms of parking in the neighborhood. And each of those blocks is relatively short, so each one only has 2 houses on it. So in terms of like, as much as the apartments or houses on those 2 northerly blocks in question here, as much as they may need on-street parking occasionally, there are side streets available for each of those houses. In fact, one of the houses even faces onto Goff Avenue already, so it would make more sense for them to park on that side anyway. And I believe there are also some fill drawings that Ms. Ness had put together, or at least sent to me via email. I'm not sure if those are available to visualize what this could look like, but there's this, what you're seeing right now is that southern end where we have the bump outs and stuff, but yeah, here we go. So under this proposal, the bike lane actually can start for southbound, which you're actually seeing on the upper part of the road at this angle, in front of the house at 814 Key Street. And then it's showing it as a buffered bike lane, but I think that can be played with by engineering to kind of equalize the width of the bike lanes on either side, if this were to be approved. So essentially the amendment allows for bike lanes throughout the whole corridor, except for like half of the block that you're seeing right now, where it would be, if people are heading south on a bike, they would have to share the southbound lane near the Brackett intersection. So I guess that's as good as I can do introducing it in brief, so thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Councilmember Greider. Councilmember Worthman, did you wish to speak to this?
No, but thank you.
Any other discussion or questions for the movers in regards to the amendment that's been proposed? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye. Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greider.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Back to the original resolution with the amendment, adding the bike lane on the west side of Key Street. Is there any further discussion? And seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greider.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 19 is a resolution ordering sidewalk to be repaired in accordance with Wisconsin statute section 66.0907 on Key Street, Claremont Avenue to Brackett Avenue. Ms. Ness, do you have any information that you wish to offer for this item?
No, this is just related to spot sidewalk repair and allowing us to move forward with that with our Keith Street project.
Thank you. Any questions from council for Ms. Ness? Seeing none, on a motion by Council Vice President Emmanuel and seconded by Councilor McGregor, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? I am not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 20 is a resolution ordering the repair of citywide sidewalk and curb and gutter according to section 66.0907 Wisconsin statute at 49 locations, beginning with 1503 Rush Street, parcel number 030788. Addresses within the Sunray Mesa First Edition and Sunray Mesa Second Edition are being added to this year's repair list due to a lapse in a 10-year installation requirements. Ms. Ness.
Thank you. This project is a little different from previous years with the addition of the Sunray Mesa edition, first and second editions. As a part of the development agreement within that area, the sidewalk on all properties was supposed to be constructed within a 10-year time frame, and we've reached that time limit. So there are a number of vacant lots within that area that sidewalk is being proposed. I did see that late this afternoon there was one email that came through to council from Lisa and Kurt Riley from West Ridge Drive requesting delay on their sidewalk request. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Any questions from council? Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you so much. Ms. Ness, council also received an email, at least I think some council members got an email late last night from another resident in the neighborhood. I guess two parts. So one, I understand this is part of a over 10-year long agreement with the development agreement that this is going to happen. You get 10 years and then it's going to happen. Do you happen to have the date or around the date that council approved this development agreement? And if not, it's okay. I can get it later.
Yeah, I don't have that at this time. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, please don't apologize. It's no problem. The second piece is if council passes this tonight, if residents feel like, again, they're having that hardship, can they, contact the city for assistance on deferral of payment? Because it does seem like this is something that was in the plans and needs to happen. So, but some people I think are a little surprised.
Yes, I'd have to look at our deferral related to sidewalk. I don't know specifically to this if that's something that would be extended, or how the payment plan related to the assessments is the same for sidewalk repair related to an overall capital improvement project. So it's not an item that they would have to pay at one time. So it is something that could be paid over a number of years, is my understanding as well.
Any other questions for Ms. Ness? I'm not seeing any. On a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Wells. I'd like to remove item 14-1933 for separate consideration.
Okay. Can I get that number again? This is the project number?
Yeah, 14-1933. 1933.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion in regards to the sidewalk and curb, which would now be at 48 locations, with the exclusion of project number 14-1933? Any other discussion? I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye. Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Hammer,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
DeJong,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Back to project number 14-1933, maybe if you can give us a little information on that project. Councilmember Christopherson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Council President. I did hear from this constituent late last night and then spoke with him this afternoon, and he has some questions that could be met, I think, with a little bit of conversation. So I'm going to ask that this particular parcel be postponed until our next meeting.
Okay, so you're making a motion to postpone?
I am.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
I'll second it.
All right,
Plank
Councilmember
hammer.
Gregor. Okay, I think we have Councilmember Gregor first. So we have a motion by Councilmember Christopherson, a second by Councilmember Gregor. Councilmember Christopherson, would you like to speak to this postponement?
Thank you. This particular development, there were several properties that bought more than one lot, and they built on one and one remains empty. So that the requirement for connectivity there needs sidewalks on all of those parcels. And it just has come as a bit of a surprise that there's, this will give that individual time to check on prices and have a conversation with them.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in regards to the postponement? I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Hammer,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
DeJong,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
And I apologize for not clarifying that this was going to be postponed until our next meeting. Okay. And just the legislative session. Thank you. The agenda item number 21 is a resolution authorizing fourth quarter appropriations adjustments for the 2020 adopted budget and 2020 year-end carryovers for the adopted budget and capital improvement budget. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote or 8 affirmative votes is needed for passage. Good evening, Ms. Bateson.
Good evening. Thank you. Before you is a resolution for the 2020 fourth quarter budget appropriations and 2020-2021 budget carryovers. The city receives various grants and donations and other revenues in the fourth quarter of 2020 that were not anticipated during the time of the budget preparations. Those fourth quarter 2020 operating budget adjustments include $10,500 for the fire department for an honor guard donation and an EMS FAP grant, $890,500 for the health department for various grants and donations. Capital budget appropriations lapse each year for the reoccurring programs and every 3 years for the non-reoccurring programs. Departments may carry over requests for capital programs that are not complete or that have remaining costs. The 2020-2021 carryovers include just over $2 million for the water department, $2,524,200. For sewer, $2,160,800. $2,160,800. Stormwater is $1,232,200. Can't talk today. $1,232,200. The parking fund is $147,900. Transit is $220,000. Fairfax pool was $26,400. Central equipment is $1,822,200. There was an error in the packet material that was previously presented. Environmental improvements was $16,300. Land building and equipment is $768,000. Transportation improvements was $7,564,000. Bridge improvements was $12,900. Park improvements $63,900. TIF District 10, the Confluence, has $5,000. TIF 11, the downtown, is $692,500, and the library is $65,000. At the end of each year, outstanding budgetary balances related to grants and donations for the operating budget need to be carried over. This year for the 2020-2021 budget, we have $250,000 for the IDLES grant for the Economic Development Fund, $119,300 for the library for various grants and donations, $35,700 for the Smart Housing Program in Community Development, $18,800 for the Fire Department EMS grant, $1,500 for the Participatory Budgeting Program, and then we have $1,316,400 for the Economic Development Revolving Loan Fund. The carryover would allow for our city staff to continue to issue loans whenever favorable applications are received. And then we have two reappropriations included with this resolution. The first one is for $51,600 that would reappropriate 2019 traffic signal program into the Jeffers Road Reconstruction Program. This would include for additional design services. And the second one is $300,000 to be reappropriated from the 2017 Property Acquisition Program to the Library Plaza Program to provide for additional funding for the construction of the project. The initial cost estimates for that project are coming in higher than originally estimated. And with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bateson. Are there any questions from council? And I do not see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On a motion by Councilmember Workman and seconded by Councilmember Zhang, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? And I am not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Linkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 22 is a resolution approving a site plan in a key public district to allow for the L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library Expansion Project. Does council have any questions for Mr. Petrie from last night's presentation? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Let's see. I had a question for Mr. Petrie, and about there was a request from the chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, via email, about skateboard parking, like a skateboard parking rack. Since there's a lot of folks that use the library that come on skateboards, and we prefer that they not go into the building and have a secure place to lock up. And I know it was a discussion at Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee like 3 years ago or so about actually funding that rack with some funding that BPAC, has some discretion over, and just wanted to see how that could fit in, after our approvals. Obviously, certain things can be added in, but not other things, and just wanted to kind of see if something like that would be something that BPAC could discuss maybe at their meeting next week and find a way to fit in, even without council action.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. That's something we can research as staff and see if that's feasible. We haven't had that request in the past, but I know it's been discussed. So I think BPAC should discuss it a little farther, and then maybe instead of doing one less bicycle rack and making it into a skateboard rack, could be an option that staff would make that determination at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember John.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to bring back a comment that yesterday one of the citizens has brought up, Mr. Yang has brought up. I guess interim city manager Dave Silver, you mentioned yesterday there was a request that the Zhang family be notified about the I guess not removal, but the moving of the monument, relocation of the monument. Sorry, can't even speak today. Is that, I just want to confirm that that's going to happen and that the Zhang family is going to be notified of the relocation of that.
Mr. Silver.
I'm happy to announce that the library director is working on making contact with the family today and today.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Petrie or Mr. Solberg? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Just one thing that's going to come to mind, just looking at the floor plan for the lower area, the lower level of the library, and the, we talked a little bit about the design of the driveway and the parking area down there, but I was wondering if someone from staff could maybe help me understand the emergency exits of the building, like overall, like especially, it's kind of, it seems like there's one emergency exit, like on the main level, but then there could be several options for people to leave the building in the lower level, but I'm not sure how the signage is going to work down there, or like how the pedestrians could get away from the building safely after. Because I guess one of my concerns is, you're kind of walled off when you exit the building, and what if there's things falling from the building on that one side? Is there a way to exit like toward the river, for example? I'm just trying to visualize how people could escape the building and what their options are.
Mr. Petrie, I see Mr. Salutski's on the line. Would you like him to?
Yeah, Council President, he might know that answer. I'm not sure if the architect's on the call, but I would start with Chris.
Hey, I'm here. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Thank you.
Kate Mashad, who is the architect from MSR, is also on, should be able to answer this better than I can. So I would suggest we have to her at this point.
Okay, I can have Keith. Hang on 1 second. Mr. Mashad, are you there? Or Ms. Mashad, I'm sorry. Kate, are you there? Ms. Mashad, are you there? Kate?
She, I know, is on the call. I believe she raised her hand to be unmuted.
She is unmuted.
She just texted me and said her audio isn't working, so.
Okay.
Is it working now?
Perfect.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. This is Kate Mashad with MSR. So to answer your question, Jeremy, the emergency exits are actually going to work as they do today, where most people would leave out the front door at the street level at the Farwell intersection, but you can also exit onto the lower level, and you're able to get away from the building far enough to meet code requirements. Certainly it's not ideal, and so the way we'll sign it is to lead most people out that front door.
Okay. So I had a follow-up question to that.
Certainly.
I mean, I am seeing some doors, that seem to be, it seems like most of the staff functions of the building are being moved into the basement. So that's obviously a major change. And there's like kind of a staff lounge and an outdoor storage area, or like a storage area that has an exit. So people will not be directed like in that direction. They'll be, or how, I guess I'm just trying to,
Yeah, so
it doesn't seem like there are a lot of options, but.
there are 5 exit doors on that lower level. There's the main doors that the public use. The door that goes into that storage area, area is actually open. It's just a covered trash enclosure. So that would be the main exit. And then staff could certainly exit out that staff lounge. The grade there, we don't have a sidewalk connecting that to Farwell because we don't want members of the public showing up and using that staff patio. But the grade there is pretty flat, and that wouldn't be too difficult to get away from the building there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shine. Are there any questions? Any additional questions for staff? Councilmember John, did you have another question?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly throw out their interim manager, city manager, Dave Solberg. If you need any assistance with contacting the Zhang family at all, I just like to offer up my assistance if the library director would does need some assistance.
Thank you very much, appreciated, and we will take advantage of that if we need it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Petrie or? I am not seeing any. On a motion then by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? And I am not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Chris Albertson.
Aye.
Manuel.
Aye.
Rager.
Aye.
Linkhammer. Linkhammer. Lord.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Birdie,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Okay, that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 23 is a resolution approving a site plan in a Peak Public District to allow for the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire Hibbard Hall parking lot reconstruction. Does council have any additional questions for Ms. Ness or Mr. Petrie in regards to last night's presentation? I do not see any questions. On a motion then by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and I want to thank Ms. Ness and Mr. Petrie and a lot of the work put into this by a wide variety of folks who work with the neighborhood on and the university and heirs on some options for a design for the reconstruction of the Hibbard lot. And obviously we had some discussion about this as part of the 200 block of Garfield as well when we voted on that street project last time. The feedback obviously has been pretty clear about neighborhood interest and immediate neighbors' interest in maintaining the State Street entrance rather than moving it onto Garfield. And Plan Commission at our meeting last week, voted to maintain the State Street entrance and actually leave it essentially as is. Unrestricted would be the term. There's no right in, right out restriction. It's just kind of as is. And another piece of the Plan Commission motion was another piece of the site plan is actually a sign, like a monument sign for the southeast corner of the lot facing toward the Garfield and State intersection that would, appropriately, recognize that that's kind of a gateway to campus or part of the campus right there for wayfinding for folks. But the Plan Commission decided to essentially table a decision on that sign until we know a bit more about how it would be lit or not lit, and some of the specifics on design. So I plan to make a motion, perhaps after some more explanation, to essentially go along with the Plan Commission's unanimous support for, keeping the State Street entrance unrestricted and not moving forward with a decision yet on the sign. Some of the dynamics that I have heard about and experienced as someone who has gone through this area thousands of times, living just a couple blocks away and frequenting the university area, although not so much this last year. There's just a lot of pedestrian and bicycle and traffic concerns in that area. So, I think some of the things we talked about at Plan Commission were that if you had right in, right out at State Street, the State Street entrance, you would run into vehicles having to do 2 or 3 turning movements just to get in and out of the lot, depending on what direction you're coming from, and inevitably bringing more traffic onto Park Avenue, which already is more of a neighborhood, narrow street, and has a lot of bike and pedestrian traffic, and then also ultimately onto Garfield, and to the Garfield and State Light, which has already a significant number of crashes. And meanwhile, the the unrestricted intersection or entrance, does have about a crash a year on the average. And, only one left turn out crash in 5 years is I think, notable, considering, it's not necessarily an ideal design, but I think given the other factors of, the increased traffic that would result if you did ride in, ride out, like, I think it makes sense to kind of bite the bullet and continue as is. And it was also it also was like the professional opinion that was expressed by one of the heirs staff, was that they felt that it would make sense if it was to remain on State Street, that entrance, be kept as is, essentially, so that it avoids some confusion and potentially people, not necessarily following the guidance of the design, might be the most polite way of putting it, and doing a left turn anyway. So, and obviously, I think there were probably folks from heirs on the call that could speak to that question, but that's just kind of what my thinking. So therefore, I would like to make a motion to maintain the to basically my motion would be to amend the proposal in front of us for the site plan to maintain the unrestricted entrance to Hibbard parking lot on State Street and not take any action with regard to the sign, and rather table that decision.
In regards to I'm not sure if we need to put a timeline on the sign action.
I think I don't recall exactly how the plan commission motion went, but it was essentially until that actually comes in front of the specific design can be reviewed by the neighborhood and by the commission, particularly with regard to lighting and things like that.
Okay, so your motion is to not have a restricted entrance or exit out of Hibbard onto State, and then to postpone or table any action on the sign until neighborhood association and community partners have weighed in, but not to exceed a certain point, or just
Yeah, I guess perhaps staff could help clarify what the plan commission motion actually was.
don't have that here either. Mr. Solberg or Mr. Nick, or maybe let's take Mr. April is giving us. Is it in last night's packet?
Council President, I have the motion in front of me. I did the minutes and I was at the Plan Commission meeting. It was motioned, the monument sign was to be tabled until further information is provided by the university or the applicant.
Okay, are we comfortable with that language, staff?
I would be, as long as Attorney Nick is okay with that terminology.
Maybe Attorney Nick.
Yeah, I guess I take that to be additional information that would, hopefully, I guess, satisfy, Ryan, you and your staff to bring it back to Plan Commission. I mean, it's fairly It's fairly vague. Usually on postponements, I'd rather have a time certain or something that's a little more clear. But I guess upon reapplication with additional information by applicant.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Council President.
Councilmember Christopherson has seconded it already, sorry. So is there any discussion? And I am not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll in regards to the amendment.
Councilmember Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Wheaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now back to the original resolution, in regards to Hibbard Hall parking lot. Is there any other discussion? Any discussion on Hibbard parking lot? And I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gregor,
Aye.
Clickhammer, Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Wheaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 24 is a resolution authorizing remote attendance at City Council and public meetings. Mr. Solberg.
Thank you. This is a renewal of extension of remote meetings for city council and our boards and commission meetings. A little history, in order to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, the charter ordinance amending section 2.08.065 entitled meetings attendance for remote locations was passed by the city council on September 22nd, 2020. And that charter ordinance took effect on November 21st, 2020. Pursuant to that ordinance, City Council may determine by resolution that it is necessary for public health and safety to meet virtually and may direct to be virtual by resolution as it determines necessary for public health and safety prior to any specific meeting or for a time period not to exceed the emergency conditions or in any event of 90 days. So the resolution before you today would the resolution today would allow for the virtual meetings to be held, including city council meetings, up till May 25th, 2021, unless modified sooner. This does apply to all boards and commissions as well up until that day, which is a council meeting. If the city council would choose to desire to pursue attending remote attendance meetings past that day, an additional resolution would need to be passed during the May 25th city council meeting. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you so much. This is probably something that staff will look at, so I'll just speak out loud so I know it's off of my mind, is as we continue to interpret the guidance from a federal and state level, I anticipate we'll be one of many organizations trying to reconcile how do we meet if some people have been vaccinated, some haven't, And then in the cases where, vaccination is a very personal decision. And so, whether it's a member of staff, elected, a member of the public, how do we safeguard for just multiple scenarios while respecting people's individual choices of how they choose or not vaccination. So I don't need an answer today, but that's just something I'll be thinking about of coming back in person, is just making sure we vet through those multiple scenarios. And again, I know that we are not going to be unique to having to figure that out. And I'm definitely patient on how and when the information comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other questions from Mr. Solberg? No, not seeing any. Thank you. On a motion done by Council Vice President Emmanuel and seconded by Councilmember Drager, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? No, not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lohr,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Rager.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have two ordinances for introduction. Item number 25 is an ordinance rezoning property located at the south end of Scully Drive, east of Highway 53, from C3P to R3P to adopt a general development plan for a multifamily and duplex development. Agenda item number 28-6 is an ordinance rezoning property located at 3536 Folsom Street from R1 to R2P and to adopt a general development plan for a twin home development. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take up either of these two ordinances this evening? No, I'm seeing no such desire. Brings us to announcements. Interim City Manager Solberg.
First, I would just like to express my gratitude to Acting City Engineer Leah Neff for the excellent leadership that she showed through the conclusion of our street hearings this year. I think she did an excellent job with a number of very challenging projects, and I just wanted to give her kudos and the recognition she deserves. As far as upcoming appointments, March 19th, there is the Chamber of Commerce Eggs and Issues with the DC view from Capitol Hill. On March 30th, there is, in the evening from 5 until 7 p.m., there's a City Council work session for CIP. And then on April 16th, there is a Chamber of Commerce Eggs and Issues for the state of Altoona. If you wish to attend any of the Chamber Eggs and Issues meetings, let Ms. Marole know in the City Manager's office, and she'll be sure to get you signed up. That's all I have for announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Any announcements from council? No, I'm not seeing any. If there is no objection from council, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for all your work.
Good night.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good
Yep,
night.
good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.